And the second item is for evaluation of the city attorney.
Do any council members have any conflicts to disclose for the listed closed session agenda items? Hearing none, we are now going to recess to closed session. The time now is 5:32 p.m. And we'll City Council meeting of July 6, 2021 to order. The time now is 6:32. Before I get to the flag salute, coming off the 4th of July weekend, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the 245th birthday of these United States. I wanted to reflect on the good our flag represents. I think we all agree nothing worth bringing to being is easy. Men have warred throughout the ages. First it was the British, then it was ourselves in the Civil War. And we early on stated all men were created equal, but it took the loss of 600,000 souls to end slavery. And then World War II came along. Mexican farm laborers in our area assumed responsibility for Japanese farms while they were in internment camps. My grandpa joined the U.S. Army as a citizen of Mexico and became a U.S. citizen. So when we look at our flag, I hope that we could see the good it represents, and the United States has provided many good things for the world. And for that, I am very honored to be able to lead our flag salute tonight. If you could please stand and place your right hand over your heart. And, ow, my knee just gave out. Okay, ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation,
under God,
indivisible,
with
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Welcome to the regular City Council member meeting of July 6, 2021. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-2920 and the orders of Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20th, 2020. Stay well at home. The council chambers has been closed to the public, and council members and staff are participating remotely to help play our part in the minimizing the spread of COVID-19. The public was informed in advance of the meeting how to submit all public comments to our city clerk. The city clerk has compiled all submissions, and those received prior to the 5 p.m. deadline today were forwarded to the entire city council for review prior to the meeting. They will also be read into and part of the official record. Madam Clerk, will you please take roll call?
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Present.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Here.
And Mayor Gama?
Here.
All present.
Mr. City Attorney, will you please provide the closed session report?
Thank you, Mayor Gama. There was no reportable action taken in closed session tonight.
Okay, and Mr. Perez, the flag is still up. I don't know if that is important or not. Thank you. Okay, tonight, inspiration will be provided by Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. Can you please provide your inspiration for tonight, sir?
Sure. First of all, I hope the community had a great 4th of July and had an opportunity to enjoy time with friends or family, or maybe just a time to reflect alone. Every year we commemorate Independence Day, we are reminded of the courage and sacrifice made by our armed forces and individual citizens to establish and preserve our freedoms and a chance to mold our future. A perfect example of this is our Port Hueneme City Council meeting tonight. We're going to have reports on our successes and challenging decisions to make. Each council person has their own unique perspectives on the direction we need to go in our community to thrive and to be successful. Each resident has an opportunity to weigh in, sharing their point of view. It is our responsibility to listen carefully and use the input to develop our decisions. Sometimes this is very easy. Other times there is much controversy. In the end, each one of us wants to do what is best. True freedom of speech comes with responsibility to be respectful and to support other people's freedoms, even when we vehemently disagree. Rosa Parks once said she wanted to be remembered not only as a person who wanted to be free, but wanted others to be free. We should celebrate our system that protects the rights of all, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, gender, lifestyle, and political views, and continually be vigilant to create an environment that people feel free and safe to thrive and express themselves. No system is perfect. Sometimes bad mistakes are made, but we should be happy that we live in a nation that allows everyone to express their feelings and to identify these mistakes and contribute to positive change. This nation will remain to be a land of the free so long as it continues to be the home of the brave.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Pro Tem. Prior to receiving a motion for the agenda approval tonight, it should be noted that the original agenda, excuse me, was published without the city manager reports and comments section. The approval of the agenda should include the addition of this section at the end of the meeting, excuse me, prior to council comments. So may I have a motion to approve the agenda with the added stipulation of city manager reports and comments?
Move to approve.
I will second that. And Madam Clerk, can you please take a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Mayor Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Before we get into the presentations, Madam Clerk, are there any general public comments?
Yes, sir. We actually did receive one. I received it from Ruben Herrera, and he was submitting a request to speak. However, he did provide a few comments. So I'm going to go ahead and read those comments, even though he's not live to speak. So he wrote, "Hello, we're putting in this request to speak at tonight's public comment section to Port Hueneme City Council. We have a property located at 520 North 5th Street in Port Hueneme. This is a fourplex residential rental unit. We are wanting to speak or address about a specific item in an inland waterway. This waterway in question, which we once thought was a canal, but I believe is more precisely described as a waterway, is directly behind and or adjacent to our fourplex. This is located at the above address. The waterway possibly provides natural drainage of sorts. This area in question is under the city/park/public works landscaping. We want to speak about some issues of rodent infestation coming from that area. We would also like to, in addition, to speak up to the maintenance of that waterway and address this to council during open comments. Thank you for your time." So my response to him was that I would go ahead and read those comments, and then he could provide council a more in-depth report at a later date. But that concludes the public comments for tonight, sir.
Do we have an exact address where this concern is?
He wrote that his property is located at 520 North 5th Street, and it appears that it's a canal or waterway directly behind or adjacent to that fourplex. So we did get an address.
So maybe we could do a go-gov with that letter and kind of get out there and see what's happening.
I will certainly provide him some further direction to get that started, sir. Thank you.
Or maybe we could direct either the city manager or staff to do a request from the communications, what I was saying.
Absolutely. I'll help facilitate that.
Thank you so much. Okay, so now we're going to move on to presentations. The first presentation is Parks and Recreation Quarterly Update. The presenter will be Charles Peretz, and Charles has started sharing his screen. Here comes his PowerPoint, and he's almost ready to roll.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, Charles Peretz, Deputy City Manager. I'll be kicking it off, and then I'm going to turn it over to Anna Hanley, our Recreation and Community Services Division Manager. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is to brief the council on recent efforts and projects undertaken by the Recreation and Community Services Division. So just as an overview to set the stage, we're going to be talking about not everything that the staff in that section is working on, but kind of the things that have changed, the things that are current, the things that have consumed a good portion of their time, so that the community has an understanding of everything that that division produces and works on, and also a little bit of a look towards the future. So just as a general outline for today's presentation, we'll be talking about the Senior Nutrition Program, the base program as it were, and then changes that have been assumed, subsumed, and executed during COVID. The Ocean Lifeguard Program and the Junior Guard Program, which take a considerable amount of staff effort to get up and running, both from a recruitment and selection, training and certifications, and then of course the ongoing operational component. Also give you a brief update on recreation grants that the council reviewed and supported applications for earlier this calendar year, and other funding opportunities in the form of American recovery funds that we are contemplating and pursuing and intend to bring forward to the council when we bring forward the full array of American recovery fund options, which should be before the council in the near term. Also want to talk a little bit about some of the existing programs that the division manages, as well as some new programming efforts that will be coming forward in the near term. And then lastly, the opportunity for the division to get more ingratiated in the user experience, both from a ease of access and understanding of the programs that are being offered and enrollment, and then also on site, an inspection of our facilities from a customer perspective so we can be proactive in approaching how we maintain and how we provide the facilities for the use by our community. So with that as an overview, I wanted to introduce and turn the presentation over to our manager of this division, Anna Hanley.
Okay, great. Can you hear me okay? Is my volume fine?
Yes.
Yes, Anna.
Wonderful, thanks. So we're going to start things off with the Senior Nutrition Program. And since last April, we have delivered a total of 59,400 meals directly to the doorstep of our clients on a weekly basis. This was a 400% increase in participants and a 60% increase in entree volume. Recreation has maintained this service level since the expansion of COVID criteria, which is now approximately a 1 year and 3-month effort. COVID criteria eligibility is anticipated to terminate in September. So we are in the process of transitioning clients out of that particular set of criteria. Currently, the evaluation for transition to the home delivery program is ongoing. This is an extensive undertaking on the clerical side and requires a significant amount of staff involvement as we outline and document each client's status, both in application completion and data entry. Once transitioned, quarterly in-home assessments are performed to ensure they remain eligible. This grant overall is heavy on the reporting side. I'm sure some of you are familiar with typical reporting requirements, but this is a monthly reporting that involves the submission of mileage reimbursement, volunteer timesheets, the drawdown of staff hours and meal costs. There is also a weekly call with VC AAA and regular client referrals on top of schedule modifications and dietary preferences that we're managing. I did want to note the time that it requires of our staff. It truly is all of one part-time staff member's hours. Their entirety is spent dedicated to the delivery of this program, in addition to roughly, I think we're at 7 volunteers right now that help achieve the delivery system. Next slide, please. In moving on to our lifeguard program, there has been a significant effort poured into the shift of our culture when it comes to this particular division, and improving employment practices with this program, which we are well underway with. The 2021 session is in full swing, and the preparation began at the end of March. The last applicant, however, was just finalized in on June 28th. So it's onboarding and the recruitment and selection process is a large undertaking when it comes to onboarding seasonal staff at this volume. We had 2 physical agility testing dates. There were a total of 77 applicants with 54 people hired. 35 of them are returning guards, 22 of which have less than 2 seasons on. And that's in combination with the now 18 brand new hires that we've added this season. We interviewed a total of 25, but we were only able to bring on board 18 new lifeguards this season. The lead lifeguard position has remained unfilled as we did not have any qualifying candidates return to fill that position. 2 returning supervisors are acting as assistant leads, and we have 2 newly appointed supervisors down at the beach in our leadership roles. So leadership development and the cultural rebuild is a significant part of how our time is spent when it comes to managing the beach operation. The Recreation and Ocean Safety Supervisor will primarily be assigned to the beach for the next couple of months. He has a wealth of institutional knowledge that needs to be inserted within our operation, and therefore the proximity is critical at this time, and he will be technically assigned to the beach itself and no longer at the community center for the time being, which is an interesting thing for us to balance because we did just reopen on June 15th. Additionally, there's an extensive operational preparation amidst the onboarding process. There's a lot of moving parts when it comes to lifeguards, and we lean on a lot of our other city departments in order to achieve this. The trucks have to be pulled back into service, detailed. The preventative maintenance measures are taken. Tower placement and wash down, the railings polished. Lockup always needs some attention. The flooring, we had an issue with the flooring needing to be addressed. The locks were replaced. The electricity to the pier tower was serviced. Bathroom trailer vendor comparison and evaluation took place, and we made our selection. The uniform inventory and replenishment took place, which for 53 people is a unique undertaking in and of itself. The schedule development with seasonal level availability. This is a challenge, quite frankly, when we are onboarding people that typically maintain other employment in addition to lifeguarding. Finding a balance between their other employment and then running a beach 7 days a week is definitely requires a lot of oversight and interaction. We have now completed our internal lifeguard academy, which was held during the month of June. This is the 64 hours of field and classroom training. The new hires are now CPR and Title 22 certified, and we follow the USLA training model. And in addition, we're able to cooperate with the Ventura County Fire Department for sand entrapment training, which was also provided to our new hires. For the first time within this organization, we were able to finalize and deploy the lifeguard policy manual. We're extremely proud that that was able to go live this season. We also obtained our renewal for USLA certification. In addition, we were able to partner with the Oxnard College Lifeguard Academy to host their field training exercises at our beach. So this was an MOU that was developed in a partnership in an effort to network with the college. As a training model with USLA, we have a requirement to meet a continuous professional training standard of 16 hours for all returning lifeguards. So we're now in the process of transitioning to recertifying everyone in CPR and Title 22 in-house. And in order to achieve that, we took 2 of our new assistant lead lifeguards and had them certified as CPR instructors. Next slide, please. Moving on to the junior lifeguard program offering. We have 91 participants in session 1 and 71 thus far are registered for session 2. As you can see featured here, this is our first ever junior lifeguard newsletter, which was an exciting addition to have go out to the parents on a weekly basis. So it can highlight the activities of our participants, and it's written for the registrants as well, so it's at their reading level. We made an attempt to improve our pre-registration process for the participants, which included, and I'll admit it is still a bit clunky, but credit card option for the first time was offered as a part of the electronic payment. So this is something that I'll get into a little bit later, but it's something that we want to standardize as an offering to our citizens, enabling them to pay with a credit card when registering for programs. Another new exciting thing when it comes to JGs is that we've had new uniform pieces that were offered for purchase by way of OLA. So that's another way that we're maintaining our connection with OLA to ensure that the revenue is coming in to have ongoing support when it comes to anyone that is in need of a scholarship to participate in this program. Next slide, please. Moving on to our Prop 68 grant efforts. I'm not sure if anyone has had a chance to or has had any exposure to this video, but this was made in preparation for our application submission, and it highlights our community needs, so we wanted to share it with everyone tonight.
You all just give me one moment. I'm gonna reset this and ensure that the audio will play, so please bear with me.
I think most notably the city of Port Hueneme is known as a beach town, a beach community. However, when we're looking at the programming the city offers, most of that activity is happening within our park system. Here at Bubbling Springs Park, we serve the largest demographic within our community. However, this particular park has the least number of recreational features or amenities, and we're looking to change that.
A lot of Latino communities or low-income families
Is there a
actually
video?
around here. So this is actually one of the...
Is it not playing?
No, I mean, I can hear the vocal. I just don't see the video. I'm not sure if any of the other councilmen are.
No, it's a gray background. There's no video.
Okay. The video working, but not the audio. The audio, but not the video.
Me too.
Can anyone see that?
Great.
Just the gray screen.
Oh, darn. Move this window away from...
I think most notably the city of Port Hueneme is known as
There seems to be something underneath the gray screen, but I can't see that.
Curtis or IT, if there's any assistance you can provide, I would appreciate it. I've clicked optimize video clip and share sound, and apparently the video is is not working.
Maybe you can send us the link.
Charles, if you put the link into a web browser and then share your screen with the internet up, would that make any difference?
I will try that.
There you go.
Okay, here we go.
I think most notably the city of Port Hueneme is known as a beach town, a beach community. However, when we're looking at the programming the city offers, most of that activity is happening within our park system. Here at Bubbling Springs Park, we serve the largest demographic within our community. However, this particular park has the least number of recreational features or amenities, and we're looking to change that.
A lot of the Latino communities or low-income families actually live around here. So this is actually one of the only parks that we've had.
I grew up here. I spent many Saturdays here. A lot of times, no money in my pocket. My dad's working, and this was my life. I mean, I love this park.
Port Hueneme Little League was founded in 1958. We serve ages 4 to 16, both boys and girls, and we service over 330 kids at the moment.
So I consider this an age-friendly city, meaning my seniors wanted their exercise class back. They rallied, and the city of Port Hueneme opened up their arms and said yes. You know what's cool about this is I have people that move into the area from other places, and they find out about this class. They come in, and these new people are embraced with open arms. It's such a friendly class, so you have that social element that's involved. They meet people, they become friends.
Hello, my name's Abraham Marin, and I grew up here in South Oxnard. I grew up down the street, and I played here when I was 8 years old until I couldn't play anymore.
So the reason why I like playing at this park is because it gives me opportunities and chances to meet new people and develop my social skills.
Our team hosted a series of community engagement opportunities designed to start the conversation. Until this process, we were unaware of the legacy, the true stewardship already in progress in this park. Bubbling Springs Park users weren't necessarily represented in the park's master plan process, and these engagements shed light on a voice that had not yet been heard.
It feels good to come out with my friends, my teammates, and just play together and train, have fun.
My son's passion has been soccer this past few years. I grew up without a parent. I'm trying to break those chains as parents that we call, and I'm trying to be here for my son and the ones to help him out for the thing that he loves the most. As you can see, sometimes it's not a beautiful weather out here, but we are out here supporting these kids.
Zoom forums, in-park pop-up events, door-to-door canvassing, and delivery of activity pages, standing in front of coffee shop, restaurants, even an optometrist office. In a month's time, we were ignited by the momentum to represent all community members working together on this incredible opportunity.
Fresh out of high school, I went straight to college, and the reason why I went straight to college was because I was able to play baseball.
When I'm with my team and we do well, it makes me feel good and proud of all the hard work I put in.
If we had better conditioned fields, we would get more turnouts, more kids playing. It could be so much better.
There is nowhere within the city of Port Hueneme that a soccer field exists, nor a football field. There is no dog park, no covered picnic areas with barbecues, and this park even lacks a perimeter walking path. Our community has asked for these amenities, and it's our job to help do everything we can to make this possible. The insertion of Prop 68 funds can change the daily lives of so many people.
When I was little, I used to see so many people here, and now it's just nobody really wants to come here. And I really want to see that again.
Okay, I'm glad that worked. That was the video presentation that we were able to put together with the help Scott Madelon, and I'm forever indebted to his service in putting that together and extracting that information from our community members. As authorized by this council, we proceeded with Rincon to perform the CEQA analysis for the Bubbling Springs Park Renewal Project. The draft was completed 2 weeks ago, and a public hearing will be forthcoming shortly. The state has sent us a follow-up letter for both Bolker Park and the Bubbling Springs Park projects, where we must provide further detail and reconcile some of the application specifics. They have also scheduled a site visit for both locations to occur later this month. Essentially, we've moved on to the next level of review, and our applications are still being considered by the state. And this is a top priority for our division. Next slide, please. The Learn to Swim program. So we've met with the help of our mayor and mayor pro tem, community advocates, and the school district superintendent to discuss the development of a Learn to Swim program offering at Hueneme High School's pool facility. We've also built, as we were going through the budget process, program costs associated with the Learn to Swim program for the 21-22 and the 22-23 fiscal years. We have slated this program to begin in October of this year, and the next steps required include the budget approval, job classification approval, recruitment, the water safety instruction certifications, curriculum development, marketing, and registration. We also have further networking that is taking place with additional sources, which include the Ventura Aquatics Group and former staff from the Oxnard Union High School District when they did operate a Learn to Swim program from that facility. Next slide. Program registration software and independent contractors. This is key. This is everything we've been working for in order to build a new programming offering. In alignment with our strategic goal in programming rebirth, we have taken several steps to build a broader platform in which this can occur. After participation in the IT Master Plan Rapid Flow Workflow session, we have a blueprint of what functionality is needed in a program registration software product. And staff was assigned to vet multiple offerings and participated in several product demonstrations. And we now have both short and long-term solutions to deploy as we move forward with a program offering as soon as possible. The payment gateway component is what we're currently exploring, and we'll be working with finance in order to establish this interface. But essentially what we're going to do is, quite frankly, double the work so we don't have to wait any longer. We have found a solution that can be developed as we add programs offerings at a single time. We can develop pages that can then be linked within our website to host essentially or format that registration process for the user. And then in the following fiscal year, we're proposing the consideration of transitioning into a more comprehensive product that would be built and tailored to our parks and facilities system that would interface directly with our website. So those are two things that we're working on in order to facilitate the user experience when it comes to program registration. As of right now, we're basically a pen and paper operation. Additionally, this is kind of the other key and exciting piece that we're doing is the open call that we want to make as far as the solicitation for independent contractors to come on board and have their programs offered within the city of Port Hueneme. So one of the first things that we had to essentially take pause and make a review of was AB 5 and AB 2257. These considerations were discussed with the city attorney, and our contract language that was put before him is under refinement and in progress, and we should have that within the coming week. Once we do, we have everything set to essentially post and again make that instructor solicitation on our media platforms and on our website. So then what would be left for registration, or excuse me, recreation responsibility would be marketing, processing the registration and payment, and the facility coordination and scheduling of all incoming programs. Next slide, please. So an in-park assessment. Staff has developed assessment criteria for regular park inspection. A benefit of this is that it is intended to be through the eyes of the community member, and we're switching gears to take a more proactive approach when it comes to the state of our facilities and current experience of our park users. The goal is to take preemptive measures and an accounting of what can be improved upon, and these will be documented for work order requests and replacement evaluation. I think this picture, quite frankly, is a perfect example of how this particular approach may be currently being missed. When I look at this photograph, I see, what's glaring at me is the fact that there's a trash can that probably is unalike from anything else trash can wise in the park. So there's no uniform aesthetic, but it's chained to the pole which is, you know, probably in need of painting and some repair. But I think we can do better than this. The thing is that the trash has been emptied. There's a fresh bag inside. The trash can is secure. It hasn't walked away. So from what may be the inventory or how we're proceeding through our parks currently, those boxes are being checked. But when I look at this, I think Bolker Park deserves uniformity. I think we can do a better job as far as consistency when we have our trash cans in place, and there are definitely better products out there. And I want to move away from having to chain trash cans to light poles. So just to give you an idea of, we do have Go Hueneme in place, but this would be a regular inspection conducted by recreation staff in order to evaluate those types of instances. The unfortunate thing, quite frankly, is that happened. We were prepared to do this and go into the field right when we reopened the community center around June 15th. And we had one of our part-time staff members resign because she found full-time employment. So until we have that position filled, this particular piece is on hold, but we did want to share that, again, we are prepared to deploy it once our staffing level allows. Next slide, please. Again, so just to reiterate the fact that we're excited. The community center is back open for business, which means we are taking and accepting facility rentals. We already have several bookings for the next calendar year because typically it takes a lot of coordination on the person renting facility, their end, to coordinate multiple vendors. But we also are looking at September as our first instance of when we're going to see regular Saturday rentals, which notably are an event that books the facility until midnight typically every Saturday. So what I wanted to essentially share is this visual to let everyone know the areas of which we're responsible for, the sort of the domains that we're trying to maintain a level of engagement in, and where we have activity going on, and the staffing levels that are currently at each facility. So out of the community center with 2 full-time staff members, that would be myself and Jason. Technically Jason now being reassigned to the beach for the operational oversight required there. We have 2 part-timers also on staff at the community center. The beach operation currently is 53 staff members. And as mentioned earlier, we're looking at developing a set of programming at Hueneme High School, which would then have staff assigned to that facility. Miranda Park has a building facility in which we are hopeful once the rehab is complete, where we can then have staff on site to have an offering for rentals of equipment and whatnot, at least be a resource down at Miranda Park. Within our Prop 68 grant application, Bolker Park, it is proposed that we would be putting in a small scale community room. I think it's critical that we have a level of programming happening outside of that location. So we are looking at the development of programming and a need for some level of staff operating out of the Bolker Park location. Our museum, that's something I didn't dive into, but it is on our radar for rehab and quite frankly, redevelopment when it comes to curation standards and our procurement policies. So that's something that we can come back to you and report on when it's further along. But that is definitely in development and something that our division is responsible for maintaining. And then again, Bubbling Springs Park, interfacing with the users at that particular park is also the responsibility of the community center staff. Next slide. And with that, our presentation is concluded, and Charles and myself are available for any questions should you have any.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Gama. Thank you, and Ms. Hanley, for that great presentation. Wow, I mean, with the small number of staff members that you have and what you're accomplishing is just amazing. Kudos to you for all the work that you've been involved in, and it's really exciting to see some of the things that have come around. I had a question about the lifeguards. Do they enforce the no smoking ordinance on the beach? Is that one of their areas of responsibility?
Lifeguards are actually not in the business of enforcement.
Okay.
They can be proactive in advisement, and we like to call it teaching and or sharing. But when it comes to enforcement, we're going to have to rely on our police department and code enforcement officers.
Okay, well, I'm glad they're at least doing that. I mean, it's good to advise them that there's no smoking on the beach, but not get engaged with them and if they don't want to comply. What is OLA?
OLA is the Hueneme Ocean Lifeguard Association. It's
okay. I have not heard that term, so it was unfamiliar to me.
Yeah.
Okay, and one thing that I noticed that was going on this recent week was a homeless encampment at Bolker Park. I don't know if you heard about that, but somebody's been camping out there. They've got a tent set up, and I'm just hoping the renovations, the development of that park will do something to discourage that kind of behavior. But I don't know if you got the call on that or not, but it's unfortunate because I imagine it just makes some people feel unsafe, and it's not very aesthetically pleasing either. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And that was all I had. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I apologize again. Sorry.
It's okay. I just have like a quick statement and then a series of questions, so bear with me. First of all, I wanted to say that I'm just sincerely proud of the staff and the community and the council at large for contributing and developing this recreation master plan, and then also the development of these grant applications. Top-notch, well-maintained parks with a wide variety of low-cost recreational opportunities for all ages, I think is essential for our residents, especially our residents of limited income. I think the positive and enriching experiences that they achieve can help develop self-confidence that will shape their lives. You can tell that that's a passion to me, and I feel really assured that the rest of the council also feels that it's a high priority to improve the condition of the parks and beaches and to create leisure opportunities that will help our community stay fit, develop new talents, enjoy the arts, music, and learn to interact with each other in a safe and creative environment. So kudos. I feel that, you know, my enthusiastic request to the staff are being well hated, and we're looking for some positive things as we move forward. Now a series of little questions that I've had. It's come up to me from the general public that they used to have a physical recreation brochure. Now maybe that's considered outdated, but I know that when I've looked at the city website itself, I'm not sure if we have the staffing, or maybe we need the staffing to have a comprehensive list of all the different opportunities that we have for the community, and the parks and the locations and how to register for things and that. I might be missing something, but is that availability there right now?
We actually just had that discussion at our recent budget meeting when we brought forth our items for consideration. So it is intended that there will be a tangible program, a magazine, essentially reinstituting a tangible offering as far as, or at least affording people the ability to review that in their hands.
Yeah, because I think collectively, not only the things that we do directly by the city, but that we partner with some of the other different, I'm looking at, there's, we have the Ocean View Pavilion, and they're doing like concerts and things and we have the, some arts and crafts festivals and all these different events. And the thing that I hear from time to time is, gee, I didn't know that was happening. And there's so much effort put into it to do these neat things and to make the community vibrant. I think that's a good direction that you're looking into. The 91 participants in the lifeguard program, do you have any kind of an idea of what the percentage is, say, Port Hueneme residents and non-residents?
I do not have that information available at my fingertips, but I can get back to you with it.
Okay, great. And then I noticed that there was and I don't know if that's typical for the lifeguards, but there seemed to be a large turnover this year for the lifeguards. Was that something that was unusual, or is that something that's typical?
In my experience, it's been typical. But the past 2 years have garnered our largest incoming academy class, is what we'll call it. But honestly, the caliber of people that we had before us this year was, it was breathtaking. It was mind blowing. Going through the interview process with each individual, we were so excited to actually have these applicants wait for our agency. So it may be a bit alarming and it's just looking at the numbers themselves, but quite frankly, it was something we took as a compliment. The other neighboring agencies had already completed their recruitments and onboarding, and we had these incredible caliber people waiting to work in Hueneme. So as we're rebuilding, we'll take it. We'll take those high numbers.
Tim, I just wanted to add that Jason Johnson and Anna should get acknowledgement and credit. The partnership with Oxnard College allowed for the instructors in that class to discuss Port Hueneme, the Port Hueneme Ocean Lifeguard Program. And I have no doubt that that was a significant contributor to the increased caliber of applicants that we received. So we were a direct beneficiary of having the opportunity to kind of advertise our program to get people familiar with Port Hueneme and our guard program to enhance the caliber of employee that is associated with our ocean lifeguard program.
Right. And I noticed in your presentation, which I think is an essential part of this, and also as we move on to doing a variety of new programs, is the scholarship program. Of the 91 participants, how many have been able to take advantage of the scholarship program?
Sure. On average, we usually help facilitate about 10 scholarships per season. However, this year we also had a lot of new participants, and to my knowledge, we didn't have anyone under scholarship.
Okay. And again, I know I know you guys put a lot of effort into that senior nutrition program, so kudos to that.
Thank you.
Okay, Council Member Perez.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about a potential program. Any update or word on the boxing program that was being discussed?
Yes, so we had slated August for a time frame to start that particular program, and I reached out to Sergeant Rick Perez earlier this month, and we were able to reconnect on some of the details just last week. So marketing materials for that will be soon in development, and we'll get registration underway. But yeah, August is targeted as the time to go live with youth boxing program in Port Hueneme.
Could you talk a little bit of what that might entail?
I'm actually waiting for the curriculum development or the specifications in order to be included in the marketing material. But essentially, we're looking at participants ages 15 through 18, and it should be a weekly offering at the community center at very minimal cost.
Are there any more improvements that are going to be done to the community center through at this point? The Orving Wright Community Center.
In terms of, I'm sorry, could you be more specific? Are you referring to
any kind of physical? I know there was a lot of improvements that have already been done. Are there any more physical improvements that are going to be done?
At this point in time, I'm unaware of any interior improvements that are
Mayor Pro Tem, the city manager, the only project that is slated right now is the external painting of both the library and the community center.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple comments and questions as well. I really appreciate our effort as a council, as a city, as our city staff to address the issues in our parks. There are many, and I know we're making progress, and it's a great investment, and I think it's something that we have to keep working very hard on. And one of the things that frustrates me and others is the condition of our fields. And well, we hear about the usage of the field, but quite honestly, the fields are in poor condition. And I have the luxury to travel to Camarillo. I spent a lot of time in Caneo. I spent a lot of time in Santa Maria, Lompoc, and just about everywhere I go, I see the fields that are maintained and taken well care of. So, are we making progress, and do we have new plans, and how do you coordinate those field efforts, or are you involved in it at all?
So, Mayor, the involvement from from Recreation and Community Services, as noted before, is we're going to be beginning an inspection process. So that would be everything from the condition of the fields to any hazards that exist, any amenities that are broken in need of repair. And as the we'll call it an owner-contractor relationship, as the owner of the fields, it'd be incumbent upon that staff to relay to the appropriate staff that's responsible for maintaining the property or the facility to make the repairs. And I know that with regard to the fields that Public Works is well aware of the conditions and has been looking into various options on ways to improve the condition of the fields. But the condition is not the direct responsibility of the Recreation and Community Services Division.
Yes, so my follow-up to that is, you know, we're surrounded by experts. I mean, Arroyo Verde Park, Kimball Park, Pleasant Valley Parks and Recreation District, Conejo Valley. I mean, they got some beautiful looking parks, and the grass and the fields. And so I just hope that we can continue to push and get our fields to that highest quality level. I know that would be wonderful achievement. And then on the scholarship program for the junior lifeguard program, perhaps we could, because I do know there's a lot of children in this area that don't participate because of lack of finances. So it seems to me if we work this the opposite way than we have been working it, like for example, let's say if we decide in our budget for next year, let's provide 20 scholarships to Port Hueneme youth residents for the junior lifeguard program. If we started marketing way ahead of time, perhaps we could get 20 kids on a scholarship. I think that would be really, really beneficial. And then of course, I really want to thank you all for getting involved and trying to make our Learn to Swim program come to fruition. Again, super important for kids to learn how to swim when they're in a beach community. And again, we have poor kids that can't afford it. And I'm really excited the fact that we are growing our educational partners. I think we have an opportunity to have a strong partnership with Oxnard Union High School District, which is great. I love the fact that we're developing a partnership with Ventura College. And I love the fact that we also partner with Hueneme Elementary. So just continue to develop those partnerships as much as you can. And we as a council are fully in support of improving our parks and making them great.
Mayor Gama, I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So let's just say somebody wants to either volunteer or, you know, whether it's like, let's just say they want to coach. I know you guys had said that you guys are opening it up for like private, I forget what the word that you had said, but let's just say like somebody wanted to get paid or compensated or volunteer to like coach. What would be the process, and who do they contact? And also, what requirements do they need?
Sure. So this would be a similar path as to an independent contractor, but for a few of the components. But first and foremost, we would be interested in the scope of their program, what they're proposing in the offering. And if it's, I guess, fully vetted and ready for deployment, that person can just be onboarded as a volunteer through our HR division. And then it's a matter of, again, just checking those boxes of developing marketing material and then creating a registration platform and then facilitating that. So it can be very straightforward. That's a similar approach that we're going to take with their youth boxing program, where we're going to be working with, these people will also be staff members, but essentially it's a volunteer base as far as the instructor is concerned.
Okay. Now, do they have to have, let's just say like, if they want to volunteer, do they have to have insurance or any other special requirements?
That would be the determination of the city. And so upon evaluation of what the scope of what they're proposing is, you know, depending on the facility, nature of the program, equipment to be used, so on and so forth.
Okay, so
I guess what I'm saying is it is possible.
And if, let's just say I wanted to volunteer to coach volleyball, like at the beach, I'm not sure if they put up the volleyball nets up or not yet. But let's just say I wanted to volunteer coach. How fast can that program, you know, start?
As it stands, I'm sorry.
You know, when it comes to volunteers, there's a whole body of law and precedent and schools are very well versed in accepting volunteers. And so I'm not sure that we have a program in place. And if I'm wrong, please educate me. But in order to have now, Councilmember Martinez as a volunteer, I mean, you've pretty much already been vetted. You're a teacher, you're a mandated reporter. You have all those qualifications that qualify you. So the city would have to develop a volunteer program so that we could check all those boxes of potential liability and the like. And I think, are we getting to that point where we could have a volunteer program like that?
We are, and we actually do have that, Mayor. We do have an established program. We have a volunteer handbook. It's something that we inherited from before, so we're taking a look at that. It's unfortunately kind of a one-size-fits-all, and the question that Councilmember Martinez has asked is really a great one. There's a difference between someone who volunteers for a program that's an ongoing service and someone that volunteers kind of on a one-time basis. So we're looking to revamp our volunteer program. But right now we do have a process in place to cover many of the things that you talked about, but it would depend on the nature of the volunteer work, as you mentioned before. You mentioned mandatory reporter training. So there are different needs and different reviews that would depend on the type of volunteer work that would be done.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Yeah, I would just encourage staff to look into streamlining the volunteer process. I've just experienced, not individually myself, but like other people who I've encouraged to get involved in the city and to volunteer. And the volunteer process now, maybe because of lack of city staff or someone assigned to it, has been really cumbersome to the point that people get frustrated about volunteering. And we're trying to, with limited budgets, to encourage people to be part of the community. So I would encourage staff to, streamline that program. Or I know, I think a year or so back, like I was encouraging, maybe the concept of some kind of a volunteer coordinator, that's their bailiwick, and that's what they focus on, not only recruiting volunteers, but recruiting volunteer opportunities, and then getting them vetted in the proper current manner, but getting people out there. And I think that will help with one of our other goals, is to kind of reaching out to the community, the youth, various different people, to provide low-cost programs for people, or low-cost opportunities. So I encourage that. And then I guess on the second thing, we've probably discussed a lot, and I'm really encouraged by the fact that the recreation staff is going to be out there doing inspections and stuff like that. And I guess I would hope that as the budget process comes up, that they look strongly at developing a robust recreation park maintenance program, so that all these different parks are well maintained and something that we all can be proud of.
Thank you. That was a very nicely worded comment. Are there any other questions for staff? Can't see everybody. Let me look. Okay. All right. Seeing no hands, I think we are now going to move on. Parks and Recreation Month Proclamation. Mr. Peretz, would you like to read the proclamation? And I would like to read it if you don't mind.
No, sir. Go right ahead.
Okay. Let me. City of Port Hueneme Proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month, July 2021. Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the city of Port Hueneme, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens, and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for those who are mentally or physically disabled, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of business, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation areas are fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas parks and natural recreational areas improve water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of the air we breathe, provide vegetation buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the city of Port Hueneme recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of Port Hueneme hereby recognizes July as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Port Hueneme. So I am excited to be a part of making parks better. It's one of the highlights of my life, and I hope that we continue down this path. Thank you very much, Anna, for your lovely presentation, and really appreciate the progress being made on those grants. I mean, I saw Jason this weekend. He was super excited. I know everyone's excited, and I know this council is excited as well. Any other comments? Thank you all. Okay, we are now going to move on to the consent calendar agenda. Item 3, approve the minutes of the City Council for the regular meeting of June 21st, 2021. Recommendation is to approve the minutes. Number 4, receive and file the finance cash disbursements for June 15th, 2021 through June 23rd, 2021. The recommendation is to receive and file the disbursements. Number 5, authorization to award a contract to J&H Engineering General Contractors Incorporated for the construction of exterior ADA improvements to 746 Industrial Ave. The recommendation is to authorize the Public Works Director to award a contract to construct the exterior ADA improvements to the city-owned building at 746 Industrial Avenue. Are there any questions or comments regards to the consent calendar?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez? And Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We're now moving on to public hearings. Item number 6, plan development conditional use permit number PHCU-888 and development agreement number PHDA-889, Red Mule Group LLC Cannabis Microbusiness at 700 East Port Hueneme Road. The hearing is now open at 7:41 p.m. Do any members of the council have any conflicts to disclose?
Mayor Gama?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure the exact feet limit, but I'm very close to that potential development. I think staff at one point said that I'm a little bit over the footage requirement, but still I probably should back off because of that's the community that I live within.
Okay, so it's my understanding that you did recuse yourself at a previous meeting because of this potential conflict. So is that your intention at this point?
I think that's probably an advisable thing for me to do.
So that is your intention to recuse yourself from this public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, so Mr. City Attorney, how does Mr. Rollins properly remove himself from this hearing?
The first thing that he does, Mayor Gama, is he identifies his conflict, which I believe he already has, is that he owns a property, a primary residence. I believe it's within the 1,000-foot threshold, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, and that you are recusing yourself for that reason. And then you may not participate in discussion of the matter, may not ask questions of staff. And typically the way that we've done this on Zoom meetings is we remove you to a waiting room until this matter has concluded and public hearing has ended.
Am I able to observe as a resident somehow?
I believe you can observe on, if you wanted to go on YouTube or something like that, wherever else we're broadcasting it. But the problem is that you have to remove yourself from the dais under the FPPC regulations. And as we don't currently have a dais, we can't allow you to participate in the meeting other than as a citizen. So I don't know how you would also observe it.
You can go to our website, Mayor Pro Tem, and watch it streaming on the website. But yeah, the practice has been that I will put you in the waiting room after we've concluded the official.
Okay. Well, I will attempt to look at it as a resident from the website. Can I do that and still, or do I, as far as going back on Zoom, is there any kind of technical ability for me to do that, or do I need to look on a different?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think Kevin has given very clear instruction. I think you have to be removed from the dais, which is the Zoom platform, and then you can access it as a private citizen via the web page. And then I guess we'll give you a text or you'll know if you're viewing it that we're done.
Okay, I'll give that a shot.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you. Do you have a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, sir.
Will staff please present the report? It's my understanding that Tony Stewart, Community Development Director, will give the report. Are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am, Mayor. Thank you and good evening. Good evening, council, staff, members.
I'm sorry, Tony. I'm sorry to interrupt. I know last time I had also said that maybe there's like a possibility of conflict of interest on my part. I know that Kevin, I think you had said that you can't advise me on anything, but I mean, I have essentially a business where I market. I'm not doing any business with them. Can I get any legal advice in terms of whether you think that I should abstain or if I should stay?
Of course, Councilmember Martinez. The test under the Political Reform Act is whether or not there is a foreseeable material financial interest. And basically what that means is it reasonably likely that you would make or lose money as a result of this decision here tonight? And if there's any conceivable way or any reasonable way you could make money or lose money based on this decision, then you should recuse yourself. Instead, it's not so much that I can't advise you, it's that you're not entitled to rely on my advice if the FPPC comes knocking. And so the only way to insulate yourself is to get an FPPC advice letter. And they will tell you whether or not that's the problem. The main issue here is that it's incumbent upon you to determine whether or not it feels acceptable for you to vote on this, given what I've just told you. Is it reasonably foreseeable that you would profit or lose based on this decision here tonight?
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm not there yet. Like my business isn't there yet. I mean, you know what I mean? Like it's just starting. So just to be on the safe side, I guess I'd rather just go with Rollins?
That would be the safest bet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Spalding.
You're welcome.
Okay, so I guess the record will reflect that Mayor Pro Tem Rollins and City Council Member Martinez have identified a potential conflict, and they are recusing themselves from this public hearing. Mr. Community Development Director, I believe we are ready to go forward.
Okay, thank you. So the hearing this evening, as you mentioned, is for the Red Mule Group's Cannabis Microbusiness, which is Conditional Use Permit PHCU-888 and Development Agreement PHDA-889. And next slide, please. So the applicants who are here this evening are Christopher Derry and Asenia Esparza on behalf of Red Mule Group, LLC. And they're requesting approval to purchase the northern half of the city-owned business or building at 700 East Port Hueneme Road. And this is to operate a cannabis microbusiness, which would be consisting of three components: manufacturing, distribution, and ancillary retail with delivery options. The applicants obtained a conditional certificate of approval back on November 29th, 2018, as a result of providing an application package, including discussions of safety and security, which approved by the police department and HDL, along with the other benefits, such as community benefits that we require of our applicants. Next slide, please. The site is zoned M1 or light industrial, and the city's cannabis ordinance allows cannabis uses in the M1 zone subject to approval of the certificate of approval, which, as I mentioned, the applicants have, a conditional use permit, and a development agreement. With regard to the building itself, the southern portion is currently occupied by the city's Public Works Department, and the city's yard, as well as an area leased by Hueneme School District for the parking of their vehicles, are also on the subject site. The northern portion of the building was formerly occupied by the Port Hueneme Marine Supply. A lot line adjustment is in process to formally subdivide this portion of the building from the rest of the property so it can be sold separately. Should the City Council approve this application upon second reading of the ordinance of the associated development agreement, escrow will close, and the applicant would be purchasing the subject property for $2.281 million from the city per a purchase and sale agreement. Next slide, please. Quickly, so the surrounding uses are East Port Hueneme Road, and there are residential and commercial uses beyond that. As I mentioned, to the south are the Public Works Department and City Yard. To the east is Hueneme Park and Bungalows Community, and to the west is Surfside Drive with the city's recreation corridor beyond that. The nearest school, which has to be at least 600 feet away from the site, is actually 1,830 feet away.
Tony, Tony, I'm sorry to interrupt you for a second. Which development, in other words, Mr. Rollins, does he live in the bungalows community? Isn't his neighborhood a different community?
No, that would be the bungalows.
I thought the bungalows were townhomes, not single family.
No, there's another. The townhomes are to the south of that with a different name. I can't recall right off the top of my head. They were both developed at about the same time, but the one that I'm referring to is the development that Mayor Pro Tem Rollins lives within.
Okay, sorry.
That's all right. So with regard to the site plan, the applicants do need to add 9 additional parking spaces, though they are preparing or proposing to remove a portion of the landscaping at the northwest corner of the site to accommodate those additional spaces, and also proposing a trash enclosure to the rear or east side of the building. Otherwise, site improvements, this would be the extent of those. Next slide, please. And this is just an aerial showing you the overall property with the northern, say, third of it or so in the yellow rectangle would be the subject property once subdivided, with the park immediately to the east of that. the residential community we were just discussing also to the east of that, and then the Miranda Park and the recreation corridor across the street to the west. Next slide, please. And the site plan showing the layout again with the building. The subject portion of the building is the portion on the left with the parking kind of in a hatched area both to the east and west, or the upper or lower portions of the building there. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the microbusiness will have 3 components, which is required for state law. What the applicants are proposing, which would be our first here in the city, if approved, would be a non-volatile manufacturing component. That'll be the primary component of this business with distribution and, as I mentioned, ancillary retail, dispensary, and delivery components. The building is approximately 18,000 square feet in size. And as I mentioned, 11,900 square feet, or the vast majority, will be the manufacturing component. Distribution will be about 2,500 square feet, with the dispensary and delivery operations at 3,600 square feet. I have a couple of slides coming up that shows you the breakdown. And then I did want to mention that while manufacturing and distribution uses are permitted in the M1 zone, normally retail uses are not. However, in this case, because the subject building was formerly occupied as a retail business, which again was the Port Hueneme retail supply, and since the proposed retail will be ancillary to the manufacturing and distribution components, the City Council may consider allowing this proposed component to be approved. Next slide, please. And with regard to the manufacturing component, the applicants propose to manufacture concentrates, pre-rolls, body care products, and edibles. As I mentioned, there will be extraction performed, as well as infusion and packaging and labeling of the raw cannabis materials into the finished products. And they're proposing to use a CO2 extraction initially, but at a later date, if they do move to something that such as hydrocarbon or especially ethanol, they will need to have the subsequent approvals by both the city's building division as well as the Ventura County Fire. And that is per condition of approval number 58. There will be fire sprinklers installed throughout the building in any event. Next slide, please. So this shows the floor plan, and the yellow area is proposed for the manufacturing component of it. Next slide, please. And the distribution would be basically at the southeast corner of the building. And next slide, please. And then the northwest corner will be the dispensary, with the northeast corner being the delivery aspect of the proposed retail component. Next slide, please. And the building itself is, as you know, it's 1960s industrial chic architecture, so to speak. In other words, there's not a whole lot to it architecturally. So the applicants are proposing to dress up the street-facing sides. The top elevation would be facing Surfside, and that would be the primary entrance for customers coming into the dispensary. And it'll be dressed up with reclaimed wood siding. There'll be a green screen kind of above the windows and along the roof line that will have a succulent garden planted on it. And then there will be a planter installed along the rest of the wall with the bamboo within it. And then the side, the north-facing side, which is the middle section there, facing Port Hueneme Road, will have alternating bands of that reclaimed wood, as well as the green screen planted with the succulent garden over on the what would be the northwest corner of the building. Next slide, please.
I have a real quick question, if I could interrupt, please. If you could go back to the slide before the last one that you, where you had a schematic of the building. Can you tell me where, I'm just trying to get myself oriented here. Where is the Hueneme Park in relationship to the entrance of the building?
It's opposite the primary retail entrance. So the east side of the building, which would be the side basically backing onto the park, would be strictly for the vehicle. There'll be a couple vehicle parking spaces inside, as well as man doors for employees only to access the parking back there or the trash enclosure. But the retail component will be on the complete opposite side of the building.
Opposite meaning, if I'm looking at this picture, it's going to be on the left side of the building or catty corner to it. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be on the left side facing Surfside Drive.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, one more. Per the city's standard requirements, the dispensary would be open 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 7 days a week. The manufacturing distribution, however, would be open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday only, and that is not open to the public. Customers and employees must be 21 years of age or older. Of course, standard with all of our applications, we don't allow loitering of customers on site. There will be substantial odor control units put into place. The applicants are proposing not only the typical carbon filters on their HVAC system, but also HEPA filters, UV light filtration, as well as air curtains at the entrances to the building, again, to keep odors from escaping the facility. Security, there will be a minimum of 2 on-site guards. They will also patrol the park and the first 100 feet of Pelican Point Court. And this was per discussions and agreement with the HOA board members that the applicants have been working with basically since project inception. And then staffing, as I mentioned, would be a minimum of 21 years of age or older, and the applicants are hoping that they have a minimum of 75% of their applicants being local residents. Next slide, please.
I'd like to also add in the security section, I believe they're going to have multiple cameras facing all areas of the parking lot and all the way around the building as well.
Yes, that is correct, as well as the park also. Again, we always require that of the facility itself, inside and outside. Basically every aspect of the facility, with the exception of restrooms, need to be covered with cameras, and this will be certainly the point here too. But again, the park also, because of the discussions with the HOA and potential concerns, will also be covered with the cameras. And as you probably are aware, these cameras are fed directly to Chief Salinas' own phone, as well as the police department, and therefore our police department can watch through those cameras 24/7. With regard to community benefits, the applicants are proposing, of course, to contribute a minimum of 1% of their gross revenues, which is what we require of all of our businesses, towards local organizations. And they've indicated that while initially they'd be donating towards REACH, Real Guppy Outdoors, and the Boys and Girls Club, they are flexible with regard to donating to other community organizations, and will seek out input from the community as well as the city about other potential organizations to donate to. They've also noted that they will provide educational outreach regarding cannabis, host educational and entertainment events, designate staff to allocate resources to community development and engagement, and also implement green business practices, among other benefits, as a part of their standard operations. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned earlier, the applicants have been in communication with the adjacent homeowners association since project inception and continue to work with them. As a result of these discussions, the applicants, as I mentioned earlier, have agreed to enhance the appearance of and add landscaping along the wall, along the eastern boundary of the site, which faces the HOA and the park, to add security cameras directed to the park, and direct their security guards to include the park and Pelican Point Court in their regular checks. And these are also backed up with conditions of approval for the conditional use permit. Next slide, please. With regard to the development agreement, as I mentioned for other cannabis businesses, cities can enter into development agreements per the government code. And since the city has no cannabis tax presently, And because the city looks at cannabis uses as a source of revenue for the city, we require the negotiation and approval of a development agreement for each of our cannabis businesses. With regard to this particular development agreement, the applicant agrees to pay a contractual payment of 5% of their annual gross retail revenues to the city, and as well as a minimum of 2% of the gross wholesale distribution and manufacturing revenues. They will, of course, maintain their books and records accurately and pay for up to 2 audits per year. And they will obtain a certificate of occupancy for the dispensary component within 1 year of PHDA 889 becoming effective. Next slide, please. And the project was deemed to be categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act because modifications to the project site are limited, again, only to replacing a portion of the landscape area for the additional paid parking area and to basically dress up the exterior of the building with cosmetic and security enhancing features, but there will be no expansion of footprint. And since the manufacturing operations will be non-volatile, no impacts associated with those operations are expected to occur. Next slide, please. So based on the applicant's 3-year pro forma, they are anticipating their gross revenues from all 3 components of the project operations to be roughly $7.6 million the first year, jumping up once they're fully in operation up to about $33.5 million the second year, and then leveling out a little bit, but still growing to about $46.5 million by year 3. And then based on the figures I just mentioned to you, revenue paid to the city would be roughly $191,000 the first year, nearly $830,000 the second year, and a little less than $1.1 million the third year. Next slide, please. So with regard to the strategic plan, the project's alignment is the pillar is innovation and opportunity. And the initiative is to retain and maximize opportunities for local businesses as the backbone of our community. And the next slide, please. So finally, the recommendation is for the City Council to open the public hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence, and close the public hearing and consider that evidence. After considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the City Council granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU-888. 4, introduced by title only and waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting a development agreement for Red Mule Group LLC, with adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting. And finally, take such additional related action as may be desirable. And with that, that concludes my presentation. As I mentioned, the applicants, Christopher Derry and the City of Esparza, are here to basically introduce themselves and answer any questions that you may have of them. So with that, again, this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. It's my understanding that the application for this manufacturing business started in 2017. Is that correct?
It would have been late 2017, early 2018.
Okay, so, and to date, we have not approved one manufacturing. Actually, we did. I think it's over there on Volker. Is that correct?
That's actually, it's you're correct in that it's a micro business. We've approved 2 other micro businesses, but the difference is that this would be the first manufacturing one. The other 2 that were approved are retail, distribution, and cultivation versus manufacturing.
Okay, and then when did dispensary become a part of the application?
Fairly early on. I'm not sure exactly the exact time, but it's been a component of it for at least 2 years now.
At least 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay. I have a question for city attorney, and then I'll defer to our other council members. So the purpose of this public hearing is to verify that the applicant has met all the requirements of the city. And with our Director of Community Development giving us a report saying that they have met all those requirements, we are bound to approve this. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Mayor Gama. Bound to approve it is not correct. However, any decision the council makes has to be supported by substantial evidence. Otherwise, it's subject to a writ or some other liability. And so the information that Mr. Stewart has provided is all of the reasons and the substantial evidence that the city has considered in recommending the adoption of and the approval of the development agreement and the conditional use permit. And so accepting Mr. Stewart's representations during a public hearing would put the city council under the substantial evidence rule. If this council wanted to take an alternative path, the council would have to develop substantial evidence within the record that is completely supportable so as to survive challenge later. It would be a difficult standard to meet. Staff does a really good job of vetting these applications for legality.
Thank you. I'm always a little, it's a tough concept to understand. Are there any other questions from council members? Council member Hernandez, I see your hand.
Yes, thank you. So in light of what our city attorney has just shared with us, how would that apply to the question of retail? I recall there was a slide in the presentation about the option to allow or not allow for retail, if I'm recalling this correctly. Maybe we could go back to that slide and so I could better understand.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Do you know what slide I'm talking about, Tony?
It's back a few more. I think we're still heading back a couple more. Let's see. I think we went too far. One more up. There we go.
Okay.
So again, retail uses are not allowed as a primary use in the M1 zone. However, because we had precedents in the last tenant being a retail operator as their primary business in this particular location, and because this particular component would be ancillary, and I want to emphasize ancillary to the manufacturing and distribution components, we do allow in the M1 zone ancillary types of uses that are supportive of the primary uses. Another good example would be an ancillary office to a manufacturing component. So the city council does have basically the option to approve this because it would be ancillary to the primary uses of the site.
So it sounds like ancillary kind of means essential to the functioning of the business.
And the applicants probably should weigh in on this too. I don't want to define essential, make it opposite of what they're saying, but from our point of view, or at least from state law point of view, a microbusiness has to have at least 3 components in it. And so this would be the 3rd component for this particular microbusiness application.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Perez, do you have any questions or comments?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one additional time. Does the council have any questions of staff before we move on?
Are we public comments?
We will move on to public comments if there are no more questions of staff.
If I may, We probably should hear from the applicants themselves real quick as well.
Okay, I was following the script here, so if it's an appropriate time to hear from the applicants themselves, Mr. City Attorney, please advise, and we'll move on with that.
I believe it would be an appropriate time, Mayor Gama.
Thank you. Who shall we be hearing from?
Hopefully we're hearing from either Christopher or Asinia.
I believe Christopher's attempting to speak, but he's muted.
No.
Always good to unmute yourself. We've learned that for this last year.
I've been trying to do that. Can you hear me now?
We can see you and hear you. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Good evening, everyone. And Tony, thank you for that excellent presentation. We're very excited to be at this stage in the process, and really hard to add anything to what Tony has presented so far. We are aware that there were some public comments that came in, and that's actually my primary concern right now, would be to address those directly. We've done a considerable amount of outreach around our neighborhood over the last year and a half, 2 years, and that we view that educational process as ongoing. But I know there were some issues raised about security primarily, and the effects of, or the potential effects of having a cannabis business on that corner, and also about odor control and odor mitigation. And I'm happy to speak to the second part of that, but it might be timely to let Chief Salinas speak to the first part of that as well. And then, so we're happy to go forward with public comments and address those directly.
So you'd like to come back after public comments?
Yeah, if there are any questions at that point, happy to do that. Yes.
Is that okay with the council and staff? And with our process?
Yeah, except is Chief Salinas even here tonight? He's not here, is he?
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is? Okay.
Yes, I'm on the call.
I'd be happy to read the public comments first, and then they can address any issues that they may find throughout these letters.
Chief, are you okay with that, or would you like to go, or it's up to...
No, I'd rather hear all the public comments, so if necessary, I can respond to them.
Okay, thank you so much for being available. I know you're in a different time zone, and let's move forward with public comments submitted on this matter.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I have quite a few letters, so I'll start with the first one. It says, Dear City Council members and Mr. Connors, we are writing to express our deep objections to this use permit and development agreement to operate a cannabis business at 700 East Port Hueneme Road in Port Hueneme. Let me start by saying there are already too many cannabis dispensaries in Port Hueneme, and regardless of the false narrative that there has not been any increase in crime in this city or this area related to these dispensaries, we have observed a marked increase in the number of people who are smoking marijuana in public places in our neighborhood park, right next door to the proposed business site, and particularly along Hueneme Beach and Bubbling Springs Walkway, where families take their children. Your police department apparently does not have the resources to stop them or the fireworks. There have been a significant number of burglaries and shootings within close proximity to the existing dispensaries, even if many of them have been in Oxnard versus Port Hueneme. We keep hearing through the media that the crime rate has decreased. The majority of marijuana businesses in California are still illicitly run by crime syndicates, many from other countries. These cartels have robbed and killed legal marijuana operators throughout the state. We need to know that your police department can do something to protect our interests, rather than just being excited about the fancy new surveillance toys installed at the dispensaries to protect them. Oxnard has just approved a bunch of new cannabis dispensaries. We don't need any more here. When members of our community met with you, Mayor Gama, you told them this dispensary would only be allowed to sell what they are produced on site. This means that they will be using extremely flammable and dangerous toxic chemicals to manufacture products directly next to a residential neighborhood. When members of our community met with representatives of the Red Mule group, and now in this public notice, we find out that they will be allowed to sell whatever they want regardless of the origin. Finally, when members of our community met with representatives of the Red Mule, they attempted to buy off our support by telling us that they would build a private gate for our community. However, this group has not followed through with their offer. How can they be trusted to conduct a legitimate business if they can't be trusted to carry through with their offers? The people of Port Hueneme want to trust you as our elected representatives, and we are asking you to stop allowing more and more unnecessary dispensaries right next to our homes. Thank you for your consideration of our request. There was a duplicative letter, so that was signed by Ed and Julie Williams, Jack and Robin Shellnut, as well as a signature that was almost unreadable. I believe it said Norman Maury, and the address was 196 Sea Bluff Drive. I could read that part. So that was letter number 1. The second one reads, hello, I recently had my neighbors inform me about the plan for a new cannabis business at 700 East Port Hueneme Road. I cannot believe this is happening in this city. Why? To bring in more money for the city at a cost of higher crime and possibly having our family and friends killed? As if there isn't enough crime here already. This will bring more crimes of opportunity and innocent bystanders will be caught in the crossfire. I am totally against this new cannabis business. The increase in crime and the smell from the toxic chemicals used to process the marijuana will diminish our neighborhood property value. It certainly will not be a plus when we go to sell our homes. What exactly are the benefits to our community? We, the people who live down the road from the proposed business, what do we get from it other than the aforementioned downfalls? I see nothing good coming from another cannabis shop in Port Hueneme. Are we going to change the name to Pot Hueneme, as my neighbors joke about? Thank you. Very respectfully, Jamie Bachmeyer. The third letter reads, we, the undersigned, are not in favor of the above permits. We are homeowners in the beach house bungalows, and we are very concerned about the location that the city is considering for the cannabis microbusiness. This location is way too close for comfort. While we acknowledge that the location proposed is zoned for commercial business, a micro-cannabis business would monumentally and significantly impact our quality of life and property values. We ask that you would take our quality of life into consideration. The business which inhabited the location prior to the business in question was never a concern. The business that you are considering currently is of great concern for the reasons mentioned below. A micro-cannabis business has the potential to produce offensive odors of cannabis manufacture and processing. Currently, we already have to endure the offensive smells of the paper recycling plant as well as the water treatment plant. Had we known these issues were a problem before we moved here, we probably would not have purchased a home in this town. Why would the city subject us to yet another offensive smell? Additionally, cannabis businesses are more likely to experience an armed robbery as compared to other businesses. As you are well aware, a cannabis business requires the presence of armed and uniformed security personnel. We do not support the risk of an armed robbery happening right next to our neighborhood. The potential for the discharge of firearms, either by a robber or by the security personnel, is very worrisome. It is not worth the risk of anything happening to any of the nearby residents. With concern, signed Franz Schiffman and Lori Jordan. The next letter reads, as a homeowner in the Beach Bungalows community located in proximity to the subject proposed property change of use, I would like to voice my concern of potential consequences that could impact quality of life and our property value. These concerns consist of the following. Will the new business create additional odors that could exacerbate the existing nuance of nearby paper and water treatment plants? As the business will likely involve high-dollar transactions, the threat of armed robbery needs to be considered. What measures will be in place to deter and put down such dangerous situations? Unlike the cannabis operations on Channel Islands Boulevard, the Port Hueneme Road location has much less traffic, which could increase potential for armed conflict. The property sits near or adjacent to Hueneme Park. The neighbors are already experiencing loud, boisterous, late-night gatherings at the park, no doubt often fueled by alcoholic beverage consumption. It would seem gatherings will increase with this convenient location to consume cannabis. What mitigation measures are being planned to address this potential problem, i.e. surveillance cameras, increased police patrol, warning signs of potential fines, limited hours of park access, etc. I appreciate the city's efforts to increase potential revenue sources that provide for needed services while keeping taxation at reasonable levels. However, I respectfully request you fully consider unintended consequences and harmful collateral damage by allowing this type of business at this location. Yours truly, Peter and Karen Okita. The next letter reads, we are writing to express our objection to the use of this permit and development agreement to operate a cannabis business at 700 East Port Hueneme Road in Port Hueneme. Contrary to what is presented, there are many cannabis dispensaries in this area. There have been a significant number of burglaries and shootings within proximity to existing dispensaries in Oxnard and Port Hueneme. We've seen drug paraphernalia left at the parks nearby and a number of incidents where the police have had to respond to drug-related activity. We appreciate the efforts of the Port Hueneme police, but feel they are not staffed to deal with the incidents already plaguing our neighborhoods. Street racing on Hueneme Road, illegal fireworks, and drug-related activity in the neighboring parks. There's also been an increase in the number of panhandlers and aggressive homeless people in the area where dispensaries are available in Port Hueneme, and a marked increase in the number of people who smoke marijuana in public places nearby. At neighboring Hueneme Beach and Bubbling Springs Park walkway, where families visit with their young children. When members of our community met with representatives of Red Mule, they offered to buy our support by agreeing to build a private gate for our community. However, they've withdrawn that offer, forcing the members of our community to pay for this gate to secure our neighborhood. We cannot trust them to carry through with any of their promises to the city and the residents of Port Hueneme. We propose, minimally, that Red Mule add funding for the Port Hueneme police force to patrol this neighborhood for illegal activity, not just added surveillance cameras in the area of business that may result in no action. You say the crime rate has decreased, but many of these cannabis businesses are still illicit, run by crime syndicates from other countries. These cartels have robbed legal marijuana operators throughout the state. We need to ensure that you protect our neighborhoods, not just look at the added income this may provide to the city. Oxnard has also approved many new cannabis dispensaries. How many more are necessary before we find our younger population addicted to this gateway drug and the crimes associated with drug addiction? When members of our community met with you, we were told the dispensary would only sell what they produced on site. They will be using extremely flammable and dangerous chemicals to manufacture products directly next to a residential neighborhood. Now we find out that they are now allowed to sell whatever they want, regardless of origin. The citizens of Port Hueneme want to trust you as our elected representatives and ask that you keep our communities safe from unwanted drug trafficking and illegal activities. Please take this into consideration as you move forward in these discussions. Signed, Edward and Nancy Robbins. The final letter, I believe, had it was identically submitted by 22 different people, so I'm going to read the letter and then I'll read all 22 names following the letter. The letter reads, we, the undersigned, are not in favor of the above permits. As homeowners of property located in the beach bungalows, we are very concerned by the locating of the cannabis micro business so close to our homes. There are issues related to our quality of life and to our property value that must be considered. We are unaware of any cannabis business that has been located this close to residential property. While we acknowledge that the location proposed is zoned for commercial business, a cannabis business creates a vastly different impact on quality of life and property value as compared to the building supply store that previously occupied this location. Compared to a cannabis business, Most other commercial businesses are unlikely to have the potential to produce the offensive odors of cannabis manufacturing and processing. Our homes are already subject to odors produced by the nearby paper recycling plant, as well as the water treatment plant. Adding yet another potential for offensive odors would render our properties difficult to sell. Additionally, cannabis businesses are more likely to experience an armed robbery as compared with other commercial businesses. I do not know of the building supply previously occupying the space in question ever being robbed, unlikely to produce a high potential for armed robbery. This risk of armed robbery at a cannabis business is underscored the required presence of armed and uniformed security personnel. Armed robbery may result in the discharge of weapons. This potential for the discharge of firearms, either by the robbers or by security personnel, is particularly worrisome. The discharge of weapons close to inhabited residential buildings is a risk to health and welfare of nearby residents. And I will read those names. That letter was submitted by Susan and John Andrich, Jamie and Kim Bachmeyer, Christy Carlson, Dennis Castro, John Chamberlain, Ann Daniels, Hugh Dyer, Lawana Fire, Robert Fire, Wing Fung, Jim Galvin, Jose Juriguay, Alec Koklev, Galina Koklev, Joseph Lidicote, Ron Mungo, Derek Maury, Norman Maury, Romel Ramirez, Martha Riza, John and Jacqueline Tober, and Paul Weber. It was also submitted by 3 signatures that were unreadable for the addresses of 809 Oceano Drive, 801 Oceana Drive, and 193 Pelican Point. And that concludes all of the public comments submitted for that item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. My mouse was stuck. So now we will hear from Chief.
Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a number of things to talk about here in regards to a majority of the comments that were just read by the city clerk. I'm going to try my best to just talk factually in regards to the actual data and statistics that we have been gathering for over 3 years now. Keep in mind that 4 of our dispensaries have been open for over 3 years, and over 5 dispensaries have been open for over 2 years. So we've been able to accumulate a lot of data just within our city limits. It should be noted that all of our dispensaries butt up to a residential neighborhood, especially along Channel Islands. And then there's Emerald Perspective, which is actually located in a residential neighborhood surrounded by homes. Where I'm going with this is that we've had very few crimes, if at all, in any of these dispensaries. They're actually some of the safest locations that we have in the city, and they have far fewer crime than our local 99-cent store and any of our pharmacy stores in our city. The only complaints that we've received in regards to any of our dispensaries is that we had a complaint about a year ago about excessive trash in the alleyway, which was immediately corrected. But in terms of noise, sound, smell, traffic, we haven't had any complaints from any of our our residents in regards to our local dispensaries. There was a comment made about cannabis contributing to our homeless problem. That couldn't be further from the truth. There are other societal reasons why we have a homeless problem in our county and our city, and they are not associated with cannabis at all. We have not had any shootings or robberies in and around any of our cannabis locations, as they have armed security on site all the time, especially during business hours. We have not had any drug-related driving incidents involving cannabis since our first cannabis dispensary opened over 3 years ago. In that same time period, we've had 18 DUI related traffic collisions in our city. Let's see, what else do we have here? The neighborhood that has written all these letters have yet to actually ask me to provide them with any information or factual information about any of our dispensaries in our city. I'd have been more than happy to provide this information, but that has yet to be requested. And so with that, I can answer any questions from any of our city council people in regards to our current dispensaries or the current location in question here at Hueneme Road in Surfside.
I have a question, and this is a procedural question. Am I allowed to make a comment as, I guess I can't, as to one of the items mentioned, can I?
Yes, I
City Attorney?
because this is a public hearing and the public comment is specific to this items. And so I believe you can, and I'm sure Kevin will jump in and tell me if I'm wrong.
I will, Mayor Gama, you're correct. The public comments have been submitted as evidence in a public hearing. So you would essentially be sitting as a judge in a civil matter. You may consider them.
Okay, so I would like to add a comment that marijuana smoking has increased at the beach or along parkways, and that is actually incorrect as well. I lived at the beach prior to the cannabis is actually opening, and that was an ongoing problem there. That's where people would park to hide and smoke marijuana in their cars. They did it along Seaview and Surfside on a regular basis prior to any dispensaries even opening.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. Chief Salinas, I noticed that this particular business has been required to provide 2 security guards. Is that atypical of our businesses, our other cannabis businesses? And if so, why are we requiring 2? Is it because of the size?
That's a very good question. So 2 reasons. One, the size, but because they're operating in a retail capacity and manufacturing and distribution, there is a requirement that the armed guard be present in the retail part of the store at all times. They're going to need another guard to assist with deliveries, employee security, and things of that nature. So for this reason, this is.
Okay, thank you. And then the cameras are going to be on all sides of the building?
I can answer that for you, Councilmember Hernandez. They will be, as you know, the south side of the building is actually connected to our public works facility. So it's actually, there is no true physical side, but it will be, they will be facing all directions on all sides, including southward.
Okay. And then from our business owners, I'd like to hear about what happened with the gate, the promise of the gate.
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. We did not promise a gate. That's a mischaracterization of the interactions that passed between us. We've been in conversation with homeowners over in that neighborhood from early days, as Tony has pointed out. They approached us proposing that they would provide support for our project if we would fund their gate project. It did not come from us. We have made every effort to keep an open door policy. We view this as an ongoing good neighbor educational and outreach effort on our part to counterbalance some of the misperceptions about odor control or security or things like that. But we have not offered to buy a gate. We have certainly offered to do good neighbor things like increase the perimeter of our security We've offered to provide additional landscaping and beautification and things that we can do within the scope of the business. We were aware that the neighborhood wanted to become a gated community. That was pitched to us in our very first meeting by two of the homeowners over there. We introduced them to our engineer and our architect in that regard. We certainly would be supportive of those efforts, but this was I think back then, the number that I heard about the gates was hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so that simply wasn't the case. And I do want to thank Chief for going through the security concerns. We have pointed out time and time again that the police department has data, actual data on the effects of having a cannabis business in the neighborhood, and that he would be happy to come speak. We've conveyed that information, and we will continue to do it. We wrote an open letter to the membership of the HOA saying that even though we could not do certain things like pay hundreds of thousands of dollars from our tax revenue to provide them gates, we can continue to be great neighbors. We can work together to mitigate any security concerns that they might have. And certainly, and I would also like to touch on, since I have the floor here, I'd like to touch on the odor control issues and the fears that our business would be wafting cannabis odor over the neighborhood. I certainly understand that they're all already dealing with the water treatment plant odors and so forth. But when it comes to cannabis and odor control, the science is there. It is possible to measure, control, and eliminate odors from organic compounds. We are working closely with a group in Santa Barbara that led the efforts that were eventually adopted countywide, pioneering odor mitigation measures. So just for the record, we will be engaging a third-party odor detection company to implement regular testing. It is detectable. We will be doing this on a regular basis, and we will make that data available to the community, to our neighbors, to the public. And if our VOC levels ever exceed what is detectable by a human, we will work immediately to correct that. And so we have SOPs in place to deal with these concerns, and it's simply not going to be an issue at our facility. We are not cultivating. We are not going to have rows and rows of living plants in there. And I guess one last point, I would say we are not using volatile chemicals to manufacture under this plan. That is also an unfounded fear. We are, in fact, using non-volatile chemicals, hydrocarbons. So,
Christopher, this is Mayor Kama.
Those are my comments.
Okay, I had one more question, but go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you. So it sounds like the goal is to have zero odor emitting from your facility, and I hear you saying that the technology is there, and that you're extremely confident that any passerby the neighborhood will not be, if the wind's going in their direction, they won't be smelling cannabis. Is that your assertion?
That is my assertion.
I wonder if that technology could be in place over there at the wastewater facility.
You know,
sorry.
No, so we know we're working with a group in Santa Barbara that is partnered with some of the leading scientists in this area. We'd be happy to make those contacts available. Maybe there are some mitigation efforts that could be employed there.
Thank you. I'm sorry about the segue. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you. One more question I had was with regards to your outreach. You said that you've performed considerable outreach to the
Yes.
neighborhood there.
Yes.
Can you describe what that outreach entailed, what it involved?
Yes, regular meetings, texts, emails, phone calls. We were working with, because clearly there's a gap, and there are, it looks like there's about 20 to 25% of the residents are not thrilled with this idea. We have been meeting regularly with the HOA leadership, and we were trying to, we took the lead on a lot of this, and we have a great relationship with a couple of the key members of the HOA leadership. We sought to develop an MOU, a formal memorandum of understanding of things that we could do for them. Mm-hmm. And we proposed that in an open letter to their membership. It's my understanding that their bylaws prevented them from formally adopting that MOU. It wasn't a matter of a lack of goodwill or a lack of communication or any sort of breakdown. It was just simply something in their bylaws. So what we're going to do is to continue our outreach on a one-on-one basis with the homeowners themselves, since the HOA as an entity is unable to enter into that agreement. We view that as just an ongoing effort. I think that once people see us up and operational and how we're doing things on a very high professional level, I'm fairly certain, as Chief has touched on, these concerns will recede into the background. I have no doubt of that.
Thank you. I have a comment or question for Chief. One of the things that I paid particular attention to early on in this, prior to me being elected to City Council, I watched very closely two properties that prior to HPC moving in and going into business, and prior to From the Earth and Skunk Masters going in, those two locations were quite the hot spot for illicit drug use. Could you talk about that, Chief, like the before and the after effect? Because those two areas were cleaned up.
Yes, so that's a very good question. Because there's armed security on site, that has cleaned up the respective shopping centers, as well as the mandatory camera systems they must have on the premises. So not only is their security allowed to watch these cameras 24/7, but we're also able to monitor them not only from my phone, but from our dispatch center. And the bad guys know this. So they're not interested in conducting illegal activity where they're going to be captured on video. And we've seen that at all of our dispensaries, Safeport, HPC, Wheelhouse, all those shopping centers. We've seen a turnaround. Even things like graffiti, they are mandated to clean up graffiti within 24 hours, and they have done that. And the same goes with trash and anything associated with making their environment unhealthy or for the community. So they clean those up, and we've seen that when these businesses go in there, they clean up the surrounding area. Another example is From the Earth. They put in a brand new parking lot, painted the building. And so you see a lot of these changes actually beautify the area as opposed to bringing them down.
You know, one of the observations that I think I have, and I'm going to ask you for the data, is that the 99-cent shopping center is disconnected from the Earth dispensary building. And so it appears to me that there is much more illicit activity going on in front of the 99-cent store than ever even gets. I mean, I don't notice the kind of things I notice out in front of the 99-cent store. I mean, it's it's pretty active with homeless, mental health, and what appears to be illicit drug use, all the way to the corner of Kentucky Fried Chicken, even across. Just the other day, I saw 2 people I recognize fighting in the street that frequent that area. So do you have any data that supports that observation I'm speaking of?
Absolutely. We could easily generate these specific calls for service for these areas. But what we have seen is the areas that don't have security, albeit just uniform security or armed security, definitely has an increase in terms of homeless and what we would call low-level crime issues such as drug use and theft. And we see that at all the centers that actually don't have a dispensary.
Yeah, it's having known these areas before the dispensaries went in, and then knowing these areas now, it has cleaned them up. That's what I have noticed.
Yes, and we hold them to these conditions.
Okay, are there any other questions?
I have one more question of curiosity. Did you want to go first, Chris, and address something?
I just wanted to jump on the back of that comment, referring back to the homeowners to the east of us. It was exactly that sort of a situation that prompted us to volunteer to increase the perimeter of our security, to add those cameras to the back, because we heard that they did have some concerns about the little park, which is sort of neutral territory. It's the city that owns it, but the traffic through there impacts the homeowners association. And we heard that as a clear concern. And so we thought we would be proactive and offer to situate extra cameras and just be a good neighbor and engage that area and take responsibility for that area in terms of surveillance. And so it's that type of measure that we're hoping to prevent over there. There won't be any loitering or use of stuff.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question about the demographics surrounding the proposed business location. And if we were going to draw a circumference and go 1,000 feet out each way around the facility, do we know how many people reside in that area? What we're talking about population-wise? Maybe Mr. Stewart would know.
Yeah, we'd have to take a good look at that because there are quite a few multifamily projects to the north, along Jane Drive and whatnot. But at the same time, you do have, Miranda Park and the industrial area to the south, which don't have residents. So, but we'd really have to take a look at actually counting the number of residences along there to see how many do reside within 1,000-foot radius. I don't have that off the top of my head.
Right. Okay. Well, maybe that's something you can get to us later.
We can certainly
maybe
work
try
on that. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments on this item?
I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready to hear one.
Agreed.
Before we have a motion, if there are no further discussion or questions, we'll close this public hearing. Christopher, would you have any comments or closing comments?
Other than thanking city staff for the work that they put in on this project, and we've managed to connect with a lot of city staff across multiple departments, and everybody's been excellent. And we want to thank you for your support. And that would be it.
That's nice to hear.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I see Essencia. Do you have any comments, closing remarks?
I second what Christopher just said. It's been some time coming, and we're very excited to finally be before the council. And so I want to thank all of you, and yeah, I'm looking forward to many more years of partnership here.
Thank you. Yes, it has been a long time, a very long time. So if there are no further discussion, we will close this public hearing, the time being 8:52 p.m. We have before us a recommendation. The recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing to take testimony and documentary evidence, close the public hearing and consider the evidence, and after considering the evidence, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme granting approval of conditional use permit number PHCU 888 Red Mule Group LLC Cannabis Microbusiness, and introduced by title only, waiving full reading, an ordinance approving and adopting a development agreement under Government Code Section 65864 to 65869.5, and ordinance number 727 and ordinance number 734 of the Port Hueneme Municipal Code relating to the operation of cannabis facility for Red Mule Group LLC, with adoption to follow at the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting, and take such additional related action that may be desirable. We have the matter before us. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second. My camera's not working, but yeah.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Just for the record, Councilmember Martinez and Mayor Pro Tem Rollins are abstaining and recused at this time.
Thank you. We're moving on to business items. Number 7.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, I see Councilmember Martinez waiting for Mayor Pro Tem Rollins to arrive. Is he here? Okay, there we go. All right, we're moving on to business item number 7, consideration of a new legal service agreement with Green Day Bortnowsky LLP to continue services at Port Hueneme City Attorney. Will staff please present the report?
Thank you, Mayor. The City Manager, Brad Connors. We have a legal service agreement with Green Bortnowsky, our current City Attorney services provider, that is about to expire on the 15th of July. This staff report and the attached exhibit is a contract renewal that would take place and precedent over the current agreement. The agreements are exactly the same. There's no change in price or conditions. The only one caveat is that there is a section 1.1 termination agreement has been waived by the attorney, which would allow us to continue to month to month if we wanted to examine this opportunity a little bit more fully. Aside from the many legacy contributions in the cannabis world of development and a variety of different other land use and property issues, this past year has been highlighted with not only doing what is normally required of a city attorney, but operating in the cloak of COVID with numerous state, federal executive orders, and looking at opportunities to support local businesses and adopting some of what had been normal routine into a quickly changing the dynamic environment where legal counsel was key in moving through a variety of different challenging issues. The contract would go for another 2 years. at the same price point. With that, the recommendations before you tonight are to consider approval of a new legal service agreement with the law firm of Bortnowsky, LLP, to continue service as Port Hueneme's city attorney effective today if approved. If the agreement is approved, authorize the mayor to execute the updated professional services agreement for city attorney services. With that, that concludes my executive report, and subject to and pending your question.
So my first question is, why are we getting this today when the contract expires in 7 days? And I think we were told that it expired at the end of July, and we're being asked to extend it by 2 years. And we started an evaluation process today. So is there, and I did hear something about a 30-day extension possibility. I mean, those are my questions.
The contract will continue month to month until an agreement is in place. So there's no time pressure on this particular recommendation. So there's no reason to approve this for 2 years, because we'll go month to month until we complete our evaluation in that? Is that
Mayor Gama, this is Kevin Spalding. If I can add some clarity, probably what's best with this item is that it be voted on to be continued to the next meeting so that council has an opportunity to complete city attorney evaluations. This, I believe, was placed on the city council's agenda, assuming that city attorney or city manager evaluations would have been completed in closed session without divulging too much info. So as it currently stands, my firm has waived the termination provisions of this contract. So it will continue in full force and effect until the council makes a determination.
Okay, I'm without words right now. So anyone wishing to chime in and make a comment or ask a question, go ahead.
Yes, I have my hand up even though my camera isn't working.
Sorry, I can't view you, but I appreciate your voice.
So yes, so I was going to ask the same thing, why we are deciding on this tonight when we agreed to what we agreed to without telling too much information about it. So I think we should hold it over in light of those circumstances.
My hand is up also.
Go ahead.
Okay. As we all know, this is what we were just told. It's a month to month if we approve it tonight. And this position is at will. We can decide at any time. If we decide not to continue the contract, we can stop it. So it doesn't really, if we approve it tonight, it's not going to impact our evaluation process at all.
So you are contradicting what our city attorney just said?
I don't think so.
I think so.
Why don't we ask him?
I think his recommendation was to hold this over and pull it.
Right. I don't think what Councilmember Hernandez said is a contradiction. However, it is perfectly within the council's power to vote to continue this item to the next meeting, or even the meeting thereafter, once the council has had the opportunity to conduct a city attorney evaluation in closed session.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I don't think it's necessary to hold it over.
I'm going to make a motion to hold this over per the statement of our city attorney until such time that we complete the evaluation process. So that could be 2 meetings. That's a
I think your mayor pro tem and maybe even the other council members would still like to comment.
Mayor pro tem, go ahead.
So do we have to, if we kept the spirit of Mayor Gama's motion, do we have to include an addendum that it would be on a month-to-month basis, or would that be automatic?
Mayor Pro Tem, it would be automatic under the terms of the contract, especially considering that Green D. Bortnowsky has waived application of section 1.1. So this contract will not terminate unless it's done so by the council.
Okay, thanks.
I can't see our other members. Councilmember Martinez, do you have any questions or comments?
I was just going to motion to adjourn the meeting until we have finished the evaluation.
That sounds like a second. I made a motion.
Okay. So are you seconding it, Councilman Martinez, or his motion?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay.
There's something else I wanted to ask. Maybe Mr. City Manager, if you have information about this, and Mr. Spalding, how do your rates, how do the your firm's rates compare to the rates of other firms?
We are much lower, about $75 an hour lower. The real question has to do with billable hours and whatnot. And given that we're a relatively small firm, there's only one attorney or at most two attorneys working on it at any given time on these matters. And so if you go to a bigger firm where, let's say, billable hours need to be met and there's a demand that each attorney build 2,000 hours a year, and they assign 4 attorneys to City of Port Hueneme, each of those attorneys would be expected to bill 60 hours a month. And so in order to hit their quotas, my firm doesn't do that. We track billable hours for the purposes of invoicing, but our performance is not tied to a 2,200 hour annual billable. And so in addition, the $175 an hour, previous cities that this firm has represented, we usually bill out at approximately $250 an hour. So this contract, and from what I understand from other contracts from other major competitors, we are significantly under market value.
Yeah, it sounds like it, because anytime I've sought out an attorney, we're looking at $400, $500 an hour, just for the business that I do, and it's so your rate seem pretty low.
Shoot, my billable time is $150, so that's even cheap for paralegal.
Yeah. Okay.
I had just one more question regarding this month-to-month thing. Will we have to then, will we have to kind of approve it on a month-to-month basis? Is that something that the city manager would do automatically? Is that an administrative thing, or is that something that would be a council-driven thing?
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, with my firm's waiver of Section 1.1, it would happen automatically as a matter of law under the terms of the contract. There are other provisions present within the contract where, and other rules of professional conduct that would prevent me or any of my associates from withdrawing from representation, like more specifically with respect to matters filed in Ventura County Superior Court. We would not be allowed to withdraw from that until a judge grants our authorization or until a new counsel is associated in. So even if this contract was terminated, there would be an ongoing process to transition. It's not like we, within the professional responsibility of being attorneys, can just drop a client. It wouldn't hurt the city.
And we would
be cold.
Right. We'd still be there to handle matters until such time as a court either relieved us of our responsibilities or until the city secured new counsel, if that came into being.
And just to further the discussion a little bit, if we could keep you on any specific case we wanted to, even if we made a change, correct?
That would be correct. That would probably be subject to a new agreement if council decided to keep us on as, let's say, like a limited scope engagement or whatnot. The firm would probably seek new agreement on that.
Yeah, so in terms of the continuity of a case that's been going on before we came on board, we, meaning myself, Councilmember Hernandez, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins. Anyways, so we have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk.
I had one more question I wanted to ask Mr. Spalding. How do you describe your firm in terms of having at-will status?
Well, we're a city attorney firm by contract, and one of the reasons why it's kind of an at-will status is because we're being a private firm. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're exempt from provisions of the government code or matters of public policy. The executive officers that are chosen by the city council directly tend to be the city manager and the city attorney. And under state law, those positions serve at the pleasure of the council. So having a contract that would require a council to stick with us for, let's say, 5 years, when state law requires us to serve at the pleasure of the council, would be, in my opinion, against the public policy of the state. The city council and successive city councils shouldn't necessarily be bound by what other councils have done. And so the reason why it goes to 30 days or month to month and even has early termination provisions is in accordance with that state law. It's really, if we serve at the pleasure of the council, there's no way for me to really bind the council for a period that I see fit. That wouldn't be in public policy.
Okay. I don't know that everybody understands what it means to be at will, so that's why I asked. So thank you.
Yeah, that just begs the question then, why would that section be in the contract in the first place?
Because that section does offer certain protections. For example, section 1.1 was intended to protect the firm based on an expectation interest, and that's why early termination tends to have an early payoff provision. So for example, if you read the terms of that contract, early termination before a certain date results in payment of average monthly sums for a certain period of time. That's in essence the consideration for us charging that fee. And so while it's essentially it's a concession from the city in return for reduced fees.
Okay, so now that we're at the end of the contract period, the more efficient thing would have been to deal with this, say, a month ago, and then make our decision, close to the end of the contract, and then everything's seamless, and then we move on for another 2 years. But anyways, so we are now going to go month to month and then complete our evaluation. And then at the completion of that evaluation, then I suspect if we're going to continue on, you would come back to us with a 2-year agreement.
That would be correct, Mayor Gama.
Okay.
I think Mayor Gama's right. I mean, it would be more efficient to have had this earlier, but I think it's less efficient not to approve it tonight, because then we got to put staff again through the process of putting it back on the agenda next time. So you lose efficiency there.
Not concerned about staff, but getting this on the agenda. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can we do a roll call vote if there's no more questions or discussion?
Yes, sir. Mayor Gama?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez? I'm sorry, ma'am, you were muted. If I could have you unmute to...
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Rollins?
Yes.
Motion passes on a 4-1 majority vote.
Thank you. We are now moving on to item 8. City name change. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll start off with it. Back in September, we approved the city's strategic plan, and one of those pillars included an initiative that asked to look at the possibility of rebranding the city and considering a name change as part of that rebrand. Earlier this year, Council directed staff to examine the process and costs associated with changing the city name. And Mr. Steve Kenny was assigned that task. He will present his findings as part of that staff directive. I now turn it over to Mr. Kenny.
All right, thank you, Mr. Connors. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. In approaching this, we tried to think of what are the most obvious questions that you as the leadership and more broadly, all the residents of the community will be asking about a name change decision. And so we came up with, I think there were four really key questions to be answered here. Not surprisingly, the first one is, why are we even thinking about this? Why take the time to consider changing the name of our city? And I think it boils down to two reasons, one of which is to accentuate a positive, and the other is to sort of minimize a related negative. Accentuating the positive simply means our beach is our prize physical asset. It essentially defines Hueneme on the map. And in terms of our long-term strategy, as the city manager just alluded to, when we want to look at how this community can grow over time, given the constraints that we all know that we live with, we really need to focus on those assets which will attract the type of high-tech knowledge-based businesses into the community that are small enough, compact enough to be able to find a place to be in Hueneme and yet still offer high-value business so as to make it economical for our community to support it. Well, people who work in those businesses really have a lot of choices as to where to live because they are so attractive as employees and residents. So there's a lot of competition for that caliber of employee. Communities who are successful in attracting them do so because they convey to those potential businesses and employees an image of a culturally sophisticated, physically attractive, warm community, warm and safe community. And there's so many ways in which our beach just supports that image. So without making any more effort than to just say the word beach in our name, you instantly convey an image that is totally supportive of the economic development direction that we want to go. So there's the main positive for looking into this at all. The related negative, it's not really that much of a negative, but it sort of clears up a little pesky thing over time, and that is just the confusion, especially from outside, between Port Hueneme and the Port of Hueneme. It's kind of a fine line for people who don't understand the geography and the politics here, and very easy to stumble over and get confused. So if we can eliminate the source of that confusion by making us Hueneme Beach and the port continuing to be the Port of Hueneme, it's really beneficial to both bodies at the same time. So those are reasons to look into this. Once you get past that, it's the next most obvious question is, how much is it going to cost us? There are costs to the city and costs to the community that I've tried to quantify here. And there's a spreadsheet attached to the staff report that I'm not going to go through, but we did try and capture everything we could think of that would be an associated change once the name might be changed itself. And that ranges everywhere from 101 freeway exit signs that now say Port Hueneme that would have to be changed, all the way down to the city clerk's seal that she uses to emboss official documents and everything in between. And when you catalog all of those, I came up with a pretty rough number that's just under, say, $200,000, $170,000 in hard costs, and then factor in some staff time that we want to be aware of. And it would be in that range of just under 200,000. I mean, it's rough, admittedly. We didn't go down to the dollar on each of these items, but it gives you a sense that, you know, it's not going to be $50,000. It's not going to be $500,000. It's probably going to be a couple $100,000 that the city would have to spend to accomplish this. excuse me. As to the community, it's really minimal. You know, I just think of it like what you got to go through when you change your address. If you move down the street, you have to face the same sort of inconvenience that we would be going through with the city name change. It's your letterhead if you have letterhead. It's your business cards if you have those. It's a little bit of trouble to send out change of address forms, but that's really about it. And the key to the key to all this is the approach that the post office takes to our address and any changes in it. When I talked to the postal people, they really said basically the name of the city on the envelope is the least important piece of information to them on there. If they can read the zip code, they really don't care what you want to call yourself or your city. They don't need to look at the city name. They don't need to even look at the state. That zip code drives it all. So that being the case, really, you can take all the time you want to make the sort of transition from Port Hueneme into Hueneme Beach. If you got a stack of letterhead and you just want to, you know, blow through that before you go to the expense of getting new stuff made, well, you can do that, and your communication with the world is still going to be intact and valid. So because we have that cushion provided by the post office, there's no hard deadline for people to spend any money by. It really boils down to personal convenience. And I think the city, I mean, we have to kind of take the lead and walk the talk here. So we would need to move pretty rapidly once the decision were made to accomplish all the changes that are so visible from a city perspective. And so that's where our up to $200,000 cost comes involved. Next process, how does the name get changed? This is pretty simple as well. Because we're a charter city, the name of the city is in the charter, so to change the name of the city, we'd have to change the charter. And the only way that happens is by a vote of the people. So the process is simply, if you want to pursue this and lay the question out to the electorate in Port Hueneme, you authorize us to take the proper steps at the proper time to make sure that a ballot measure goes on the November 2022 election and stand by for the results. It would be, I mean, it's the ultimate in community engagement. We're leaving it to the voters to either approve or veto this suggestion that would be put in front of them. Prior to that, I mean, I think we would intend not to just kind of put that question up in the air and let the chips fall where they may. I think it's important to offer information kind of like this tonight, except in neighborhood settings, so that we can explain to people the ramifications in their personal lives as to what would come about because of a change in the city name to Hueneme Beach. I think we would undertake that in the same way that the staff did a couple of years ago when Measure U was to be on the ballot. There's just a series of informational meetings throughout the city so that whoever has a question has an opportunity to have that question asked in advance of the election. And then that would culminate in the election of November 2022. And then just to follow on from there, if the people speak in favor of changing the name to Hueneme Beach, that result would be known by, say, December of 2022. Our city's official birthday is in March of 2023. So that would give us about 4 months to make preparations so that on the official city birthday, you the council can make the official proclamation to declare the city's name to be Hueneme Beach on its 75th anniversary. And again, that would allow the city and everybody in the community time to prepare for that transition to occur as well. So those are the main questions that we attempted to answer, and I hope I've provided good information for you on them tonight. If you're inclined to proceed, then all that's required is to just authorize the staff to begin the process, and that won't really be anything immediate. Most of the action would happen next year as we prepare the official steps for the ballot measure and organize for the community engagement. But we'd sure like to have a signal from you now that that's the direction that we should prepare ourselves to head in over the course of the next year. So that concludes my comments and my report to you, and stand by for any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinney. Who'd like to go first with a comment?
I think I had my hand up first, so I'll go ahead.
Not on my screen, but there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Kinney, for the presentation. You know, I can see there's a lot of positive reasons for the name change. And this discussion and this idea has been floating around for a while, even before I was on city council. But I do have some concerns about how we're going to go about this. And one of the things I'd like to know is, how do we know that there's confusion out there? And how do we know that the impact is going to be minimal? And how do we know this is going to be so easy for people who are attached to our current name and don't want to see a name change? How do we know this?
Well, we know it anecdotally.
Right, and that's my point. That's my point. And so what I'd like to see is if we could do some kind of survey, and even before we go to the vote, I see you have a quote of $3,000 for getting this onto the ballot. Is that really all it's going to cost, is $3,000?
That was what the county elections clerk told me, yes.
Okay, but then there's all this other activity that goes along with that. So it could be at a minimum 3,000, maybe more, when you consider staff time and.
Oh, right. That was called out separately in the spreadsheet for it, but we've accounted for that as well. Another, I think it said 12,000.
Okay, so anecdotally, we know, because we talk to people and we are out in the community and we hear people's reactions, and to be honest with you, some of the reactions I've gotten have not been good. Some good, some not so good. But my concern is that we need to really get public input on this process, and I would like to see us do some kind of survey to ask people what their level of interest is in adopting a name change, what they think that the benefit of that's going to be. And I'd really like to see us do a very thorough job on what the impact this is going to have on the business community. Because while it is maybe not important to the postmasters because they've got a job to do and they just look at the zip code, I think this whole topic area is very emotional for people. And I don't think it's going to be that easy. So I would like to know that we do our due diligence in surveying our city residents and letting them decide what direction we should go in, and letting them decide on the name. Because the name Hueneme Beach, why we like it, we think it's a good idea. I think we need to let our residents be able to offer up maybe some alternatives, some other ideas on a name change. I think we really, this is their community, and I think we need to really be careful on how we go about this.
Yeah, let me chime in on that, Laura. I mean, I think that's why they would have the ability to vote, right? So I think they would get a voice and they'd be heard also. True,
but I think that there's some legwork that we might have to do up front, and do some explaining on how that's going to benefit the city. if it does truly benefit the city. I mean, because it's a name change, but what are we going to change? What are we going to change? How are we going to look different to others? So I think I'm just really concerned. This is so anecdotal. This is so based on anecdotal. I just would really like to see us at least do a survey, a simple survey, something on Facebook, perhaps something, you know, a mailer. Anyway, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor. I do have one input with respect to that concern. There was a survey that was conducted as part of the strategic plan, public outreach and stakeholder outreach, which had a plurality for a name change, and that is the basis of this initiative that we brought to council.
Councilmember Perez, your hand is up. I see you.
Yes, sorry, my camera is still not working. My computer says I need to do a restart, so obviously I'm not going to right now. I would like to add as to why this would be a good thing. The last presentation we had where the travel marketing person came in and talked about ways for us to improve our area, and I asked that specific question, and he did say that this would bring in revenue to our city, travel, tourism, all of that. That was something he touched on, so that would be a significant benefit if we did change our name to that. But I do agree, put it out there, get ideas of name options. People might have different ideas, and also I agree with Bobby that when it's put to a vote, that is people's voice, and people, if the majority says no, then they say no. If the majority says yes, then I guess that's what we do.
Thank you.
I didn't finish my comments. Mr. Connors was replying to a comment I made. So I just wanted to finish up and say that, you know, we can get ourselves all wrapped up in this name change, a lot of effort going into it, preparing for this election. I just want to make sure that we're doing this, and we are making sure that we're going to do the most effective outreach we can to the community. I don't think just leaving it up to a vote is going to be good enough. I think that there's going to be some legwork involved for that. If we're going to invest this much into it, I think that we need to do our own due diligence and do some outreach to the community. Thank you.
I don't think anyone is suggesting just throw it up for a vote. I think I heard very clearly that there would be outreach, there would be reasoning, and of which it's already tied to our strategic plan. So there has been outreach already done on this matter. And then the one thing that I think is important also is like, okay, so what is the benefits from this $200,000 investment? And I remember when Grover City became Grover Beach, and there was a lot of emotions involved, and I was frequenting the area, so I was in the area during that time, and it's been a resounding success for them economically. And so I don't think it's anecdotal when the Port of Hueneme is trying to upgrade their bond rating, and they're going through this lengthy process, and then their final meeting, the underwriters come in and are telling them everything looks great except you have a very dysfunctional governing board. And so the Port of Hueneme had to say, no, but that's the city of Port Hueneme. You're talking about the wrong governing board. So it's not anecdotal at all. And also I could tell you from all my many interactions over the last 20, 30 years on this beach, like, you know, I've brought people out here for the first time and they're like, I never knew there was a pier here. There's a beach here. I thought it was just the port. So, you know, I do believe that branding is extremely important. And I, you know, it's easy to drive down the 101 freeway and stop in Ventura. But when you hear Port of Hueneme producing thousands of jobs, you know, there's billboards on the 101 freeway that says the Port of Hueneme provides, and we appreciate all the economic activity, but the base and the Port of Hueneme are the drivers of that economic activity. So to me, it's like, yes, we are Hueneme Beach. We're a destination for people. The port of Hueneme is a destination for ships, and then Naval Base Ventura County is a destination for our armed forces. So, but I agree, you know, my opinion doesn't matter on this. What matters is that if we go with this and we put it on the ballot, yeah, we give the pros and the cons without emotion. I mean, if economics, and I wonder, Mr. Kenny, do you have any information on, okay, so what are the positive benefits on the branding side? And then one other thing is, like, I wrote a note here, Hueneme or Hueneme Beach, because the city of Oxnard is more than just a beautiful name. And I could, you know, that there was a time where someone wanted to change the city of Oxnard. So there's not too many cities named Oxnard, or our city could be named Hueneme or Hueneme Beach. So it would be, I don't know how difficult it would be to have options, or to have, or just say, do you support a name change? Then they say yes, and then say, okay, what's going to be the name? And then we would have this exhaustive 30 name list, or, I mean, so I don't, Mr. Kenny, do you have any information from the historical practice and happening, say, with Grover Beach? And I think Seal Beach also did a name change to Seal Beach, but I'm not sure.
I don't have direct information from Grover Beach, although I've heard the same that you have said, that the transition from Grover City to Grover Beach was transformational to their economy. The one piece of information that does come to mind now, Councilwoman Perez brought it to mind, when Brian Tucker from the Lodging Association gave his presentation, in the data that he was showing about how they market the area in general, he was putting out single word identifiers as to what people respond to the most. And it was overwhelming that just the word beach by itself was the single most magnetic attractor of tourism interest of all the words that they could use. And that's driven him to make a lot of his marketing efforts for the West County focused on the beach, not just our beach, but you know, all along the coastline. But it speaks to the power of that word in suggesting images and suggesting lifestyle. And it's contributory to what I was first saying about attraction of businesses of the type that we'd like to go after. But I didn't even mention the impact on tourism, and that's another key factor where this could reap huge benefits.
Any other questions or comments? So the recommendation before us is to authorize staff to begin the process.
Even, I'm sorry, I raised my hand, but I guess you can't see my hand raised. I'm sorry.
I can hear it now.
You can hear me, but you couldn't see me raised. Nonetheless, okay. I just kind of have a little bit of statement here. What I feel personally, I like the sound of Hueneme Beach, but that's purely a personal thing. I feel we have a unique opportunity for the community to weigh in on setting the identity for our community in the future. Naming is a personal thing. Think of the emotions that parents take the time to spend calling their kids whatever they're going to call them. Think of the time that, like, what we call ourselves and whether we like to be called by our full names or nicknames or those types of things. So it's a very personal situation. Our city is a family, and regardless of where we go, we should feel proud of the name that we call ourselves. Decisions are going to have a lasting impact, both financially and how we want the rest of the world to kind of see us. Whatever we decide, I think the name is important and it's going to send a powerful message. I do feel, though, it's even more important that we put our efforts in establishing the reputation that our city is a great city, that it's a great place to live, a great place to work, a great place to run a business, and a positive experience for our visitors. And so I think from my standpoint, that is like, you know, the number one parameter. Again, I like the sound of it, but you know, I'm also concerned that like if we have any kind of a name change because we're trying to promote tourism, that we damn well better have our, you know, put our money where our mouth is and be able to give those people their bang for their buck once they show up. So that's my thoughts.
You know, and I appreciate your thoughts, and they're very well stated. And I'm thinking about our discussion earlier about our parks, how we know it's extremely important to have our parks in the best, most optimum shape possible so that the youth of our community can engage in those parks. And then when we have engagement, we have people traveling to our city, to our parks. And so I think, and that's
our beaches. If we're going to be calling this Hueneme Beach, we better have a damn good beach.
Yeah, no, and the parks. I mean, the parks are super important. Bolker Park, Bubbling Springs Park, the other park that I'm not supposed to mention. But, you know, it's really important for our parks to be tip-top shape so that when people do come here, they're impressed and they want to come back. And we offer a wonderful city, and I like what you said, because it just brings our discussion of the parks and our parks and master plan and the goals that we're trying to establish there. So thank you for that inspiring little speech, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
I will agree with Councilman Hernandez that I think it's going to be necessary to do a lot of outreach and a lot of good marketing, you know, to and convince people that this may be a good way to go.
Yeah, and I don't think we're trying to.
The bad way to go, I don't know.
No, but I think if we could, if Mr. Kenny could lay out the information, here's the pros, here's the cons. And one person approached me the other day and said, you know, initially when I heard that idea, I thought you guys were all crazy. And then she goes, then I've been thinking about it and thinking about it. And she goes, you know what, I kind of could feel it. I could feel the reasons why. So I agree with you. We just need to put the information out there and support the residents, whatever which way they vote, if we go in that direction.
Yeah, if I could interject just really quickly, I do want to acknowledge the survey that we did through the Rec and Parks Master Plan. I appreciate that, but I just have some concerns that we didn't get a very good response necessarily on that Rec and Parks Plan, and I think if we do a separate survey focused just on this issue, I think we'll get a wider and more realistic response.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know, I don't want to sound like a smart aleck, but you know, it is called the Hueneme Beach Festival, not the Port Hueneme Festival. And there's probably a reason for it. I don't know what the reason is, because I wasn't around when they came up with that. But anyways, Mr. Kenny, do you have any other inputs?
Well, actually, response to Mayor Pro Tem's comments, or kind of underscoring his comments. It's not a coincidence the timing of this proposal in front of you, that it would culminate at the celebration of the city's 75th anniversary, because we've had in mind to try and time a number of other physical improvements in the city to also be revealed or unveiled, or at least pointed to as in progress as a part of the city's 75th anniversary celebration. It's not just an empty name, but the name signifies really a transformational effort to make improvements all across the board. And, you know, sort of focusing all of that timeline on the 75th anniversary made sense just as a sort of an artificial goal. But if we can bring together beach improvements, park improvements, at the same time that we're considering this marketing effort to change the name, then I think that's the whole package that Mayor Pro Tem was talking about.
That's very reassuring.
Very well stated. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a motion to move ahead. Staff has heard our concerns and our support. So I'd just like to go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call vote?
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rollins,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
and Mayor Gama.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are now going to move on to.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
I heard kitty. That worked.
What did he say?
I said I heard a kitty somewhere.
Oh, I thought you said I heard Kenny. And I was like,
No, an actual kitty.
You heard Kenny's kitty.
We're moving on to City Manager comments and reports. City Manager Connors, will you please provide any reports or comments you have for our City Council?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the big news is that, at least from City Hall's perspective, COVID is officially over on the 19th of July, when we'll do a grand reopening. In addition to closing it for the pandemic, we invested in a significant ADA remodel and construction, and that project will be coming to a close, and we'll start putting all the pieces back in City Hall, and will be open to the public again on the 19th of July. In addition, we will be going back to live physical City Council meetings on that night, and we'll do a little bit of an opening ceremony associated with that. Number two, we did an initial outreach to businesses that weren't very successful. So we're going to double down and engage businesses in a variety of different other ways in order to get their input and how this American Recovery Plan Fund can help them overcome impacts that they suffered during the pandemic. And we'll get that information out after we've finessed our contact list for the businesses in Port Hueneme. We have 8 volleyball tournament ready poles ready to install on the beach.
Wow, that's great.
We have hired Beach Courts, an expert in beach volleyball court installation, who have given us a 4 to 6 week suspense to put in those 4 courts professionally for tournament level play in the next month. So we have the poles, we have everything. We just have to accommodate their schedule. So that's going to be great. I know that there's a lot of volleyball players looking at those netless old poles on the beach, and these things are really state of the art. People that play volleyball are going to really love it. And with that, I just encourage everybody to download Go Hueneme if they want information or they want to address an issue that they have. We're up to about 500 subscriptions. And if you subscribe, you have the ability to do all things with the city in the comfort of your hand in your iPhone or your other mobile device. With that, sir, I returned the meeting back to you.
Any questions for Mr. Connors on his updates? Okay.
When is he thinking that the volleyball courts are going to be ready?
4 to 6 weeks to show, a week to install them.
Okay.
I've already examined the areas for installation, and their initial target is going to be in the area just to the south of the pier, and parallel to the pier, facing I guess north and south.
Yeah. So whatever happens, I know we all hope that they are professional amazing and that people are like going, let's go to Hueneme Beach to play volleyball because they got these awesome courts, and that will be amazing. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins, I see your hand up.
Just as a reinforcement to that, in preparation for that, I've informally reached out to the California Beach Volleyball Association and the Association of Volleyball in California to see, to let them begin to know that we're going to be in action and that hopefully we can promote some really good tourism for people coming to see some high quality volleyball out there and generate some revenue to boot. So.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on now to council member reports and comments. Council member Perez, would you like to go first?
I do not have any reports at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Council member Martinez.
Same, nothing to report, Mayor Gama.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gama. Not a whole lot to report. I attended the SCAG Transportation and the SCAG Regional Committee, and there is an issue that the cities are grappling with right now, having to do with a land use issue that really wouldn't affect us, but it has to do with preserving park space, open space within city limits. So it's kind of controversial. I'll try to keep you up to date as that issue travels through discussions. I'll be attending the RDP strategic planning meeting tomorrow, and the general meeting on Thursday and then also on Thursday, the change of command for Captain. Somebody's not muted. Anyway, I also wanted to ask about the animal control, Animal Services Commission meeting. I understand, I think I watched a meeting, their last meeting, and apparently they're looking for another home. Do you know anything about that, Mayor Gama? Since you're the primary on that?
Yes, they're not looking for another home, so to speak, at this moment, but they realize that the current facility is lacking severely in what is viewed as appropriate housing of animals. And so there's been a long discussion, and first and foremost is to begin to identify the funds. They know how much it's going to cost. It's going to be very expensive. They want to have a state-of-the-art dog kennel. And the question is, how do you do that in an aging facility near the airport, which has a lot of its own problems? So there's a couple ideas. One is have one big central place, animal services like they do now, or split it up into littler pods. One of the things that I think is important, I don't know whether others do, but I think it needs to be highly visible. I think it needs to be freeway close so that when people are driving by, they see a wonderful facility and they see there'll be a dog park there, and so that it's a part of our fabric. And then the other thing that we are trying to promote is let's try to capture all those. You see those dog, I think it's the National Dog nonprofit that's really aggressive marketing. They put those tear-jerking commercials on at night, and we've all seen them. What is it, ASCAP or something? Anyways, try to figure out a way how we could keep dollars here in our community to support the best possible animal services facility we could put together. And so there's a lot of conversations going along those lines, and nothing concrete yet, but
we should come up with our own tear-jerking stories.
Yeah. And our current director came from Portland, and you know, it's easy to criticize, and you could go out to our facility right now and you could criticize it for all the whatever, you know, non-modern aspects of it. But when I think back to my first visit to the dog pound when I was like a 6-year-old kid, the dog pound was in Satakoy on the banks of the dry Santa Clara River. And it was terrifying. I remember my first experience there. So yeah, we don't have a modern facility, but we have an adequate facility. And yes, you could criticize it for the way it's built, because nowadays they don't have a mega structure. They have pods. And by having pods, you're separating animals, and now you're reducing the amount of illness that is passed amongst the animals, because that's clearly one of the biggest concerns when animals are incarcerated. So anyway.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the report. Looking forward to your next report. And
Yeah.
Since you're on a streak with reports, will you be talking about your phone call to Congresswoman Brownlee?
Sure.
Share anything on Beacon or that call? That'd be appreciated.
Yes, and, Congresswoman Brownlee came up with an awesome quote, and her quote is, "More sand, less rocks." And that sums up the issue in a nutshell. I mean, it's just so perfect, because think about a river. When a river goes dry, where do you start to notice it first? At the end. And so when it comes to our beach replenishment and the sand issues that we are having, the bigger problem is at Point Magoo. And so Congresswoman Brownlee's position is that when we go and lobby for increased funding to pick up and make up that deficit, we need to do it from the position of national security and what's happening down at Point Magoo, because the rock revetment is growing towards us. And if we just leave it alone and continue on as we're doing, eventually the rock revetment is going to make it all the way here. And so
Thank you.
Our plan is to, the RDP, I got confused today on RDP 20 because it says that the July 8th meeting is the second Tuesday of July, but that's not true, right? Because the meeting's on Thursday?
Yeah, did you check? Are you looking at their website?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think their website's up to date.
Okay, so the meeting is at 7:30 on
Thursday.
Thursday. Yeah, anyways, I'm gonna get with
Rollins, yeah, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Rollins is the primary on that.
Yeah, so we're gonna try to get on the agenda for the next meeting. So
that concludes my report, so thank you.
okay, so I'll just continue on with mine. I really was super excited to see the Police Explorers car show. It was amazing. 300 cars participated at $30 a car. People are so excited to be out, and it's just, I think we're gonna be blown away by the success of our beach festival. Just looking at the car show and the overwhelming positive amount of people that came and had a great time looking at cars was pretty amazing. And I'm really, really appreciative to Chief and all his police officers, all the police explorers. They worked really hard and they pulled off an amazing event. And it was pretty flawless in its execution. So I really want to congratulate them. And I was really excited to be a part of that. So appreciate that very much. Mayor Pro Tem Rollins.
Sure. Well, this week is very busy. Not only the RDP 2 committee, but then also the changing of the guard for the Navy, attending that. And then transportation, this is Transportation Week. I'll be on both the Gold Coast Commission and the Ventura County Transportation Committee. One of the big things that they're working right now is their strategic action plan for the next 20 years in transportation. And so they've hired a firm to begin to get input from the community and various different sources to see where we are going to be in transportation in the next 20 years and what the possibilities are. So that's about it.
Will you still be driving an electric car?
I will. In fact, hopefully they develop an infrastructure throughout the, I read throughout the nation where it'll be readily accessible, especially since like the governor has made it a goal that I think by 2035, they won't be selling non-electric cars anymore.
Okay. So I really hope that they improve ways of our fire department to put out the fires that electric cars generate then.
Well, hopefully one of those fires are not my car.
Yes, I am pretty excited. Thursday, 4 p.m. I'm going to Camarillo City Hall to participate in the VCOG meeting. So that's gonna be my first in-person meeting at the city of Camarillo. So I'm really excited about that. That'll be on Thursday. Any other comments? Okay, we're going to move on to requests for future agenda items. I'd like to remind council members that all requested items will require a motion, a second, and a majority vote per adopted council policies to be placed on a future agenda. Does anyone have any requests for future agenda items? I see none. I have none.
No, I do. Sorry, my hand's up.
Sorry about that.
So I would like to get an update on the parking machines. I heard that they were not working over 4th of July weekend, and that was like literally the most profitable weekend for our city. So either now or later, but an update as to when those are going to be fixed and working under normal conditions.
They were fully operational this weekend, and we collected significant amount of revenue.
Well, then what is happening with the misinformation then? That's interesting.
I don't know where you received that information.
Could we focus on so could we get an update? How about this? I would like to second the motion to have a brief on the status of our parking machines, where we're going in the future with them.
So that can be part of the city manager's report. It doesn't have to be its own separate item.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, any way to go about it.
Okay, so perhaps we could get an update at the next council meeting.
And I have one more. I went on a ride along July 4th, and I would hoping that more of my council members would have been able to come out to see the absolute chaos that our city is in on 4th of July and how it is absolutely completely impossible for any enforcement of the ban that we have. I feel absolutely sorry for our police officers. Literally was on one street with 6 different units trying to catch people in the act, and they were seriously just setting them up as we were driving by behind us. And there were so many people out, you can't see who's doing what because they're just running through, lighting them and running back in the crowds. And it looked like a war zone. It was just craziness. So I would like to, because I think really the ban is pointless. And I think, anyway, that will be open for discussion. I want to open the discussion to see about allowing for safe and sane and legal fireworks only on that day, because there's a lot of pros that would outweigh the cons. Obviously, we can't discuss them now because it's not an agenda item, but I would like to have that conversation and possibly seeing about getting a fireworks show again, like in the near future, so that maybe you could take people or direct people's attention to a show that's put on by, an organization instead of destroying the city and just having complete chaos.
Yes, on your first one, how do we sign up for a ride along?
You just say, I want to have a ride along.
Okay, so just
text
right.
Chief.
I will do that. I will commit to going on a ride along. I wanted to go, but as you know, I ended up doing something else that was important. But thank you for that. And
I would second the motion to at least have a report on the pros and cons of having safe and sane fireworks and the possibility of having a fireworks show for our community. I think my impression is it was insane, and partially I think because there's no real alternative for people to celebrate Independence Day anywhere close to our community, at least that I'm aware of. And so I think we should be looking into those possibilities, because I know it's, of course, the fireworks that shoot up into the air are not safe and sane regardless. So I'm not sure how
that would be part of the discussion, because it would free up officers to be able to focus their attention on the dangerous ones, because they spend so much time. But yes, we're going to have this discussion.
Yeah.
For
yeah, that was going to be my admonishment, is just please refrain from this discussion for Brown Act purposes.
Okay. So we have a motion to
discuss.
Have an agenda item for a discussion on fireworks moving forward, and perhaps rethinking our strategy for next 4th of July. Is that the motion?
Yes.
Do we have a second? Mr. Rollins raised his hand. He provided a second. Let's have a roll call vote. Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rollins.
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perez.
Yes.
And myself will vote yes as well. Thank you.
I have one more thing I'd like to hear from the city attorney, maybe at the next meeting, and that is some clarification on emails being sent by council members. I'm really uncomfortable in receiving those and acting on them, because I just feel like they're a potential violation of the Brown Act, and from what I've read, they possibly could be. So if we could get some direction on that, Mr. City Attorney, I would appreciate that.
So
I don't think I need it to be an agenda item. I don't know how maybe it does need to be an agenda item. I'm not sure.
So
I'm sorry, Mayagama, go ahead.
So I don't know if this is in relation to me, but today I received an email, short little video on homelessness, and I thought, this is a really informative email. And so I forwarded it to my council members, to all our council members with, don't respond. I'm just sharing this information with you. I'm not sure if that's a scenario that Councilmember Hernandez is mentioning.
It doesn't matter. And I don't want to get into discussion about this, but I've just, it's not just that one email. There have been others, and I've witnessed on other commissions that I serve on where that's not allowed. So I don't think we need to get a discussion about it. I just want to hear from the city attorney.
I can prepare a rather short memo on, it sounds like what you're talking about is serial meetings and by email, which is a common occurrence among city councils and whatnot. And I can prepare something relatively quickly on that.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you.
And then could you include appropriate information sharing too?
Yes, absolutely. And this will, of course, go out to all council as advice on how to comply with the Brown Act while emailing each other or at least one other council member.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Are there any other comments, requests for agenda items at this time? All right.
Mayor,
yes, sir.
Mayor, it's Charles Parrott's Deputy City Manager. I just wanted to add to one comment that the city manager said, and I was only concerned because there was a statement made at a public meeting regarding the parking meters. So I'm happy to partner with the city manager to provide a report to council. But for anybody listening, since parking revenue is such an important resource, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knows that it was factually inaccurate to suggest that the meters were not working over the weekend. They were, and again, I will partner with the city manager so the council has the full report on the revenue that has been collected.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I'd like to adjourn the meeting. The time now is 10:06 p.m. The next regular meeting, and it's not going to be a Zoom meeting. It's going to be on Monday, July 19th, 2021 at or about 6:30 p.m. Looking forward to seeing you all in ties. No, just kidding. But I look forward to seeing you all in person. It's going to be a great day, a great celebration, and long overdue. With that, this meeting is adjourned. I don't have a gavel, but I got a fist.
Thank you and goodbye.